SCP-905 Mr. Chameleon. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-905 is to be contained in a 6 meter by 6 meter by 3 meter containment cell, painted matte black. This cell is to be devoid of any mirrors or windows. 2 LED arrays are to be installed in cells housing SCP-905. Every 4 hours, SCP-905 is to be fed for 20 minutes. As of current regulations on Misters, SCP-905 is to be contained in Hull Redacted, of Site Redacted. Description: SCP-905 is a sentient entity composed of photons. These photons form a humanoid shape that has been described as fuzzy but definite. It is roughly 1.75 meters tall, however its mass is immeasurable. SCP-905 has shown the ability to speak through the manipulation of air particles, but its mechanism to perform this is unknown. SCP-905 is capable of the same movement as a human male of the same body structure, but due to its photonic nature, it is unable to manipulate solid objects. Aside from emitting weak electromagnetic radiation, solids such as doors must be moved for SCP-905 before it can leave or enter a room. SCP-905 has the ability to pass through windows and other transparent objects. The photons from SCP-905 is composed of follow the usual laws of probability in this case, and will reflect back from the transparent object at a rate of approximately 5%, separating any reflected photon from SCP-905's influence. SCP-905 describes this as painful but bearable. SCP-905 sheds its photons at a constant rate of approximately 0.001% of its body volume per second. These photons are emitted at a wavelength of approximately 380 nanometers to 780 nanometers, or within the human spectrum of visible light. SCP-905 shows the ability to change the wavelengths emitted to match its background. SCP-905's lack of a shadow can make detecting SCP-905 while hidden problematic. SCP-905 shows an ability to absorb colored lights. Due to SCP-905's constant loss of photons, SCP-905 must be fed regularly in order to maintain a healthy body volume. Conversely, feeding SCP-905 too large an amount of photons causes SCP-905 to experience an oversaturation. SCP-905 finds this extremely painful and describes it in a similar manner to human burns. Placing a mirror near SCP-905 in an attempt to feed SCP-905 its own emissions results in SCP-905 expressing extreme discomfort. When questioned, SCP-905 replied, "Would you enjoy eating your own expletive redacted?" SCP-905 was discovered at the Data Expunged entrance of Site Redacted. Addendum 905-1. The words Mr. Chameleon from Little Misters, registered by Dr. Wondertainment, are printed upon SCP-905's left half. SCP-905 shows an inability to change the wavelength emitted by this print. This designation appears as 1 in document 909-A. Wow, you've just found yourself your very own Little Mister, a limited edition collection from Dr. Wondertainment. Find them all and become Mr. Collector. You found Mr. Chameleon. SCP-2287 Mr. Headless. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2287 is to be contained in Halt Redacted, of Site Redacted. Except for during authorized testing, SCP-2287's mask is not to be removed. SCP-2287 does not require food, but can be provided with incense on its request, contingent on good behavior. Literature provided to SCP-2287 is to be converted into Braille. Description: SCP-2287 is a headless humanoid white male who manifests multiple anomalous properties. Primary among these is that it is able to function as a living being, despite lacking a head. The words "Mr. Headless" from Little Misters, registered by Dr. Wondertainment, are tattooed on the lower side of SCP-2287's back. Its exposed neck stump is covered with live skin. Radiographic examination has shown that the neck stump has only the bottom 4 cervical vertebrae, but there are no signs of spinal damage. The head-based functions which SCP-2287 is able to emulate include thought, hearing, and smell. It is able to speak, but has not demonstrated the ability to replicate normal tonalities of a human voice. As well, it claims to be blind. It does not eat or breathe and has claimed that its energy source may be some kind of amplified photosynthesis or something. See Interview Log 2287-41-B. Direct visual observation of SCP-2287's headlessness is not possible. Individuals who attempt to observe this will instead perceive headless versions of themselves, as seen from SCP-2287's perspective. Such individuals describe feeling disconnected from themselves, but are still able to control the movement of their own bodies, albeit with difficulty. This effect does not occur when SCP-2287 is viewed through any means other than the unaided human eye. SCP-2287's headlessness can be observed via live video transmission, in photographic prints, in mirrors, and through windows or lenses. Individuals who've undergone radiokeratotomy have been unable to observe headlessness. No individuals who have undergone cataract surgery have, as of yet, been available for testing. Motion detectors and similar monitoring equipment similarly show SCP-2287 to be headless. Despite this, SCP-2287 is capable of performing tasks which would require a head, such as wearing items of headgear, including masks, hats, scarves, headphones, nose plugs, earplugs, earrings, eyeglasses, lipstick, and barrettes. For a full list of items, see Document 2287-N12. SCP-2287 was discovered in Redacted, Wisconsin, on November 24, 20 Redacted, after a significant number of reports from citizens appeared describing the anomalous effects of SCP-2287. Witnesses were given amnestic treatment, and SCP-2287 was contained without issue. Interview 2287-5. Begin log. Good evening, 2287. Hey, Dr. Howard. What's up? More hearing experiments? No, actually, tonight is more of an interview. For example, we were wondering what you could tell us about Dr. Wondertainment. Oh, okay. I'll tell you what I can, but I never actually saw her, you know? What with the whole blind thing? But you did interact with her. With who? Oh, Dr. Wondertainment? Yeah, heck of a nice guy, most of the time. I think he had some really crazy ideas, like what he had in mind for me. See, wait, what? First you said her, then you said he? What? First you referred to Dr. Wondertainment as a woman, then as a man. I don't understand what you mean. Like Dr. Wondertainment as an actual person? What are you talking about? You're confusing me. But you just said no. I'm sorry, I must have misheard. My bad. Well, okay. For a minute there, you were making zero sense at all, and they called me Headless. Ha! Well, when you work for the Foundation for long enough, you discover many situations that don't make sense. You did say, though, that Wondertainment had intended something specific for you? Oh, yes, right. Well, basically, you know how during the holidays there's special holiday themed products? Yes. So, basically, I'm a Halloween special. You follow? That's it. Yep, the way I heard it. They were originally going to do Sweetie for Halloween, but I don't know, some corporate garbage, executives sabotaging each other. You know how it goes, so I'm the backup plan. Sit me out on the porch and I play dead, and when the kids come by, woo! And I sit up and wave my arms at them, show them my stump. Look, look, everyone's a headless monster. Lurch around, rawr, rawr. The whole deal. Dr. Wondertainment's Mr. Headless. Spooky Halloween fun for the whole family. I see. And are you? Fun for the whole family, I mean? Well, I guess so. For the most part. I mean, yeah, people enjoyed me, which is great, don't get me wrong, but I never really got it myself, you know? I sit there, I get up, I stand around, I wave my arms, and that's pretty much it. But people would be scared and they'd have fun, and that's enough for me. Or it was anyway, until you people got hold of me. Could be worse, I guess. Did you enjoy entertaining? Did you miss it? Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, it could get a bit boring when I had to stand around, sit around, waiting for people to show up. But it was really great hearing everyone's reaction. On Halloween, no less. Funny how many people only find scary stuff funny one night a year, you know? No matter how many times you live through a year, they only change their minds on Halloween. Are you the only, well, the only holiday themed, uh, hey, you can say Little Mister. I don't mind. It's what I am. I suppose. Just, well, it sounds vaguely infantilizing to me. It's what Dr. Wondertainment said we were called, so it's what we're called. But yeah, I'm the only holiday themed Little Mister. At first, Dr. Wondertainment was planning on having more of us. I remember she had all these ideas for Mr. Ramadan, and Miss Malsalincia, and Mr. Diwali, and Miss Yom Kippur, and Mr. Hogmanay, but she never did anything with any of them. Just me. How do you feel about that? Never really thought about it, to be honest. I guess maybe he decided I'd be more interesting if I was the only one. Or maybe he just changed his mind about doing holiday stuff. He changes his mind a lot, you know? What you get when there's a whole bunch of corporate jerks all making decisions against each other. That's why I'm Mr. Headless. Spooky Halloween fun for the whole family. Instead of Mr. Halloween. Do you see yourself as scary? I see myself as someone who brings surprise and excitement. When they get scared, that means I'm doing a good job. Although, well, it's been getting harder lately. The doctor's a one-man operation, and she doesn't realize, or didn't realize, how many kids wear glasses these days, and whenever I lived through a year like this, with cameras and stuff like that, the effect is pretty much ruined. I mean, yes, I'm still scary Mr. Headless, spooky Halloween fun for the whole family, but it doesn't seem to be as much fun for the people when they don't get to be headless with me. Where we found you back in Wisconsin, could you tell us what you were doing there? Where you found me? Well, I spent a few years there with this family. I think by that point they were consecutive years, but they couldn't swear to that. I do know that some of them were for sure years I haven't lived in before. You know how a year always feels weird the first time around? They mostly felt like that. Anyway, so the family I was with, they mostly kept me in the attic, which was, well, it was quiet. I remember sometimes I could hear noises from downstairs if they were being loud enough, but usually it was pretty quiet. I was pretty used to the smell. There was mildew and dust and old paper, and you know the way metal pipes smell when they get hot? It was like that. They'd bring me down for Halloween, and then put me back up afterward. And then one Halloween, they didn't come get me, so I didn't come down that year. I know that year was definitely a new year. They didn't come get me the year after either, or the year after that, and that's when I started to get worried about them. So I went downstairs and I couldn't find anybody. I felt around everywhere, but all of the furniture and stuff was gone. Maybe they moved and forgot me? And that's what led you to wandering the city streets? Yeah, I waited around for a few weeks, and then some people opened the door to the front porch where the candy bowl usually is, and they came in. I didn't recognize their voices, but an audience is an audience, right? So I went back downstairs from the attic, and they kind of freaked out, I guess. I mean, I'm used to hearing people scream, but not like that. One of them had what's it called? Metal thing. You hold it in your hand and it makes a sort of pop noise and it smells all chemical. And then people get hurt. Gun. Okay, one of them had a gun, which I only found out when I walked up to her and tried to feel her face, which I admit wasn't the best idea, but, well, was kind of lonely to be honest, and I thought maybe she might be one of the people from the family, you know? I mean, yeah, I should have asked first, but I was lonely, and I was excited that there was someone there, and I thought it was maybe somebody I knew, but it wasn't. And then there was all the screaming and the gun noise, and this was bad screaming. Not the fun kind at all, let me tell you. And then one of them was lying on the floor and smelling weird. That means he was dead, right? One of them was dead, and the others ran away. But they left the front door open, so I decided that was as good a time as any to go outside. So then I'm walking in the streets, and there's cars all around me, and they're honking at each other, making all of these crashing noises with glass breaking. And there were a lot of people screaming. And again, this is the bad screaming. And then I remember there's usually a park close to the house, and I hope that if I went there with bushes and stuff that I could hide in, I could at least stay out of trouble. So I made it there, and I remember thinking maybe if I could get to Dr. Wondertainment, she could fix things, help that guy from the house not be dead, figure out what went wrong, where the family went, or get someone new to take me. And that's pretty much where you guys found me. She didn't send you, did she? No. We intercepted some police reports. Oh. Tell me, why didn't you go back into the house? Into the attic? This is kind of embarrassing. I kind of, when I was out in the street with all the cars, I kind of got turned around a bit, lost my bearings. I'm not used to being out in places that are bigger than just a house and a yard. I probably could have found the house again if there weren't so many screaming people and crashing cars. But well, I was starting to panic too, so I just went for a place that sounded like there weren't any buildings. Ah, I see. Why didn't you try to leave sooner? Well, the front door wasn't open before that. No, I mean, why did you wait so long before you even went downstairs? Before you decided that maybe something was wrong with you, having been left alone in the attic for so long? Oh, well, I guess I didn't really care. I was just thinking. The attic was really quiet, and the smell wasn't too bad. Made it easy to think. That's something I do a lot, you know? While I'm waiting, not much else to do. What do you think about? Just things, Things in general. The world, what it might be like, what it's like being me. Nothing specific, I guess. But for 3 years? Yeah, why? End log. Addendum 2287-1. SCP-2287 was able to give the following document when asked. Access document 2287-A. Wow! You just found yourself your very own Little Mister, a limited time collection from Dr. Wondertainment. Find them all and become Mr. Collector. Number 1, Mr. Chameleon. Number 2, Mr. Headless. SCP-1799, Mr. Laugh. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-1799 is to be contained in a soundproofed humanoid containment cell with the other Misters in Hall 34B of Site-55. Personnel entering SCP-1799 cell are to be fitted with a voice-canceling helmet to prevent communication with the subject. Description: SCP-1799 is a male humanoid, approximately 1.2 meters tall, weighing 58 kilograms. It possesses physical characteristics of a generic clown, with skin devoid of pigmentation, and a circular red nose, along with elongated feet. Its facial pigmentation has the appearance of makeup commonly worn by circus performers. Attempts by SCP-1799 to communicate verbally with humans will be interpreted by the individuals as a joke. The longer the subject continues speaking, the funnier the jokes will become until the subjects are overcome by laughter. Due to this effect, it is extremely difficult to direct and interact with SCP-1799. The most effective means to communicate with the subject is through written word, as this does not activate its effect. The words "Mr. Laugh" from Little Misters, registered by Dr. Wondertainment, are tattooed upon SCP-1799's lower back. Oh, you've just found yourself your very own Little Mister, a limited-time collection from Dr. Wondertainment. Find them all and become Mr. Collector. 1, Mr. Chameleon. 2, Mr. Headless. 3, Mr. Laugh. Addendum 1799-B. The following is an interview log recorded on SCP-1799's arrival at Site-55. Interview log 1799-0. Interviewed: SCP-1799. Interviewer: Dr. Everwood. Forward: this interview was executed to confirm SCP-1799's anomalous properties. Begin log. Please state your name. Sure. They called me Mr. Laugh. Seriously? That's hilarious. Not really. Man, you are a riot. Please, just stop laughing at me. SCP-1799 frowns. End log. Addendum 1799-C. Following is an interview log recorded a few days following SCP-1799's arrival at Site-55. Interview log 1799-2. Interviewed: SCP-1799. Interviewer: Dr. Gears. Dr. Everwood specially requested Dr. Gear's assistance in interviewing SCP-1799 during his visit to Site-55. Dr. Gears was selected for his high mimetic resistance values and low emotional response variability. Hello, my name is Dr. Gears. SCP-1799 remained silent. I was told you had difficulties in communicating to your properties. Is this true? I was also told you dislike being laughed at. I do not intend to laugh at you. I will not laugh at you, and if I do, I will exit the room swiftly, ending this interrogation with hopefully minimal discomfort caused to you. Fine, but I know you're going to laugh at me, so I might as well get this over with. I don't intend on laughing. Not, at least, unless something humorous is said, which I don't believe has yet occurred. You're not laughing? You're the first person I've spoken to who doesn't laugh at me. I don't know what to say. We could start with your name. SCP-1799 leans over the table and waves its hand in front of Dr. Gear's face, then sticks its tongue out at him. Have I triggered some sort of response from you? If not, I would appreciate it if you refrained from such gestures. Sorry, I'm just used to everyone rolling on the floor laughing by now. I've never, gotten this far with anyone before. SCP-1799 sits on its chair again. I see. Now your name, please. Of course, they call me Mr. Laugh. It's such a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Gears. Charmed. Now, I was tasked with asking you a series of questions about yourself and Dr. Wondertainment. Is this acceptable? Yes, and can I ask you some questions about yourself, too? I think it's really interesting that you're not laughing at me. I'd like to learn about it if I could. This is acceptable. I'll ask the first question, if that's okay with you. By all means. It feels so good to have a normal conversation. Are you aware of any reason Dr. Wondertainment would have had for creating you? I know he was really into clowns for a while. Maybe he spent some time at the circus? I don't know. I could never really tell what Dad was thinking. I see. You may ask your question now. Why do you think you aren't laughing? Like I said before, you're the first person who doesn't guffaw at me. Not that I'm not thankful, I mean. I'm loving this. I love that you're not laughing at me. Makes me feel almost normal. I've never been one for showing emotions, not even as a child. My mother said I rarely ever cried, too. Not to say I don't feel emotion. I just do not express myself well, I suppose. Huh. Now, as for my next query, are you able to recall the process Dr. Wondertainment used to create you? Not at all. I just remember waking up one day and that was it. When was the last time you laughed? It was many years ago, when my daughter illustrated me. It was a humorous portrait, you see, for I was colored wildly incorrectly. Aw, you have a kid? How sweet. Indeed. Do you know anything about the location of the other little misters? Mr. Fish is probably somewhere wet, but that's about all I've got for you. Unfortunately, these answers are not of much use to myself and my employers. I'm sorry. Do I still get to ask you a question? We agreed upon this. You may. All right. Do you think you would laugh if I said something funny? I thought you didn't want to be laughed at. This is a hypothetical. Let's say I said something absolutely hilarious right now. Would you then laugh? Perhaps. Perhaps not. It is difficult to say with certainty. I am inclined to answer no. I see. Do you possess any knowledge on other Wondertainment products? No. All I know is about myself, and apparently that's not enough for you guys. I do not mean to imply that you are useless, if that is what you are suggesting. I am merely stating that these answers aren't of use to my employer. It is not a personal insult against you. Sure, sure. Do you think your daughter would be able to make you laugh again today? I'd rather not discuss my daughter further. Find no joy in the topic. Oh, come on. Let it suffice to say that she and I lost contact many years ago. The more time I spent at my job, the less I could spend with her. It is a tragic thing, but again, it happened many years ago. That's sad. Did it make you cry? No. Wow, you must be some super tough guy. I would not call myself that. I am just a man doing his job. Would you say you love this job more than your daughter? It is only my job. I just happen to excel at it. But we are losing focus. We must return to my questions. Oh, sorry. Yes, please continue. Do you possess any knowledge of the current whereabouts of Dr. Wondertainment? No, but I think good old Dad likes to move around a lot, to make sure he isn't caught, I presume by you guys. I see. Now your question? Do you think you would be happy to see your daughter? If you were to find each other again, that is. I would rather not discuss my daughter further. I find no joy in the matter. I knew it. You do care about her. I never said I did not. So you would jump at the chance to talk to her again? Are you familiar with the trolley problem, Mr. Laugh? Is that the one with people tied to the tracks? Correct. I was presented with my own trolley problem when I was offered my current job. As you can see, I made my own choice. Whether or not I regret it is irrelevant. What matters is that I made my choice, and I must now endure the consequences. So, does that mean you wouldn't talk to your daughter if you had the chance? I'm confused. The most difficult part of being a parent is knowing when you're no longer needed. Did your daughter no longer need you when she left? Yes, she did require my presence, but she no longer does. Do you think parents shouldn't keep in contact with their children then? That is not what I said. I'm just saying, I know I would like it if my dad reached out to me. Being alone is scary, and I wasn't ready for any of it, but you still have the chance. What would it hurt to reach out? Better late than never, am I right? It is far too late for me to do that. Things have been set in motion that I cannot change. I must accept the facts and move on. At any rate, I am afraid I no longer have any questions to ask you. Wait, does that mean you have to go now? But we are just getting to know one another. Yes, our time together has come to an end. Please don't go. Please, I don't want to go back to being laughed at. I want to talk some more. I am sorry. I must go now. No, come on. I'm sure you have more questions to ask me. Please. Anything. Dr. Gears rises and collects his notepad, moving towards the door. No! SCP-1799 stands and moves to block the door to the interrogation chamber. I'm begging you, sir, please just stay a little bit longer. We could talk about anything you want. I I may not know much, but I'm quick on the uptake. I promise I can be a good conversational partner. Please move, Mr. Laugh. No, I need this. I deserve this. Do you have any idea what it's like to be laughed at by everyone for something you can't even help? All I'm asking is for 5 minutes of your time. Surely you could spare that. I will not hesitate to call the guard stationed outside this room if you do not acquiesce. Please move now. SCP-1799 moves out of the way and sits down in its chair again. Fine, go then. I bet you're going to go laugh at me with that mean Everwood bitch now, aren't you? Whatever. I don't care. End log. Note, I'll be honest. I didn't think this would work the way it did. I just wanted to see the old man laugh for once, but he was actually able to talk to SCP-1799. Shame it wasn't able to provide any useful information. SCP-909 Mr. Forgetful Object Class Euclid Special Containment Procedures SCP-909 is to be contained in a standard humanoid containment cell. No writing materials are to be allowed inside the cell. A short summary of SCP's current situation is to be pasted on the wall beside the bed. Extras are to be provided if the previous summary is removed by SCP-909. SCP-909 is to be fed 3 times daily with any peanut-free meal. If SCP-909 is seen attempting to write or draw, he is to be incapacitated through non-lethal means. Current experimentation with SCP-909's effects have been discontinued due to the risk of containment breach. Research may be conducted if the current site director's approval is given. As of current regulations on Misters, SCP-909 is to be contained in Hall Redacted, Site Redacted. Description: SCP-909 appears to be a young adult Caucasian male suffering from permanent anterograde amnesia. SCP-909 seems to be aware of his condition, but cannot recall experiences past this, aside from memories gained due to SCP-909's effects. SCP-909's anomalous effects become apparent when it writes down any of the experiences still in its working memory. When described through writing, experiences immediately enter SCP-909's long-term memory. However, the experience disappears from the memory of all other persons involved. SCP-909 is allergic to peanuts and will go into anaphylactic shock following the ingestion of any peanut product. SCP-909 was discovered at entrance expunged of Site Redacted. Addendum 909-1 The words "Mr. Forgetful" from Little Mister's registered by Dr. Wondertainment are tattooed upon SCP-909's right calf. Upon discovery, SCP-909 had been wearing a 3-piece suit with the brand name Doctor's Orders sewn into the tag. Foundation personnel have yet to find a clothing company operating under this name. Addendum 909-2 Further examination of SCP-909's clothing revealed a list of other possible instances of anomalous humanoids similar to SCP-909. See Documents 909-A inside the left pants pocket. Addendum 909-3 Interview Log Interviewed SCP-909 Interviewer Dr. Redacted Forward SCP-909 was put into initial observation for 7 hours, during which the subject's anterograde amnesia in relation to SCP-905 were discovered. SCP-909 was then taken for an interview. Good morning, 909. 909? Why are you calling me that? And where am I anyway? Reading from sheet of paper. You are the SCP-designated 909, and you are currently under my custody. I am a doctor of the Foundation, and I am going to research your anomalous effects. The Foundation? What's that? Why, no, at this point, Dr. Redacted presses a small button, generating a loud noise lasting 5 seconds. SCP-909 is seen to lose focus. Hello, 909. 909? Why are you calling me that, and where am I anyway? You are the SCP-designated 909, and you are currently under my custody. I am a doctor of the Foundation, and I am going to research your anomalous effects. The Foundation? What? Okay. Let's try something else. Write down what I just told you. All right. SCP-909 accepts the pen and stationery and proceeds to write. Note: later investigation of Dr. Redacted's notes showed he had planned to press the button previously mentioned at this point. Hey, who are you? I'm the SCP under your custody. Don't you remember? Huh? Don't you remember? No. Where am I? What is this place? End log. Closing statement. Dr. Redacted and SCP-909 were removed from the room amid confusion from all personnel involved in the incident. SCP-909 later explained the situation to uninvolved personnel and was placed in his holding cell. Dr. Redacted was discharged from duty and given a Class B amnestic. Addendum 909-2. Document 909-A. Wow, you've just found yourself your very own Little Mister, a limited edition collection from Dr. Wondertainment. Find them all and become Mr. Collector. 1. Mr. Chameleon. 2. Mr. Headless. 3. Mr. Laugh. 4. Mr. Forgetful. SCP-3537. Mr. Shapey. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-3537 is to be contained in a standard humanoid containment cell in Hall 8 of Site 13. SCP-3537 is allowed access to paper and various writing material after it changes its appearance. All documents written by 3537 are to be stored in a file in Dr. Marai's office. In case of a containment breach from SCP-3537, with its appearance unknown, all exits are to be blocked off and personnel must take off any clothing article that covers their upper body. Once SCP-3537 has been identified, it is to be sedated and brought back to its containment cell. Description: SCP-3537 is a humanoid polymorphic being. SCP-3537 has shown to be incapable of controlling its transformations. These are usually described as painful, depending on how drastic the changes from its previous alteration are. The shortest time elapsed between physical changes recorded has been 24 hours, while the longest time has consisted of 30 days. The only recorded aspects that persist between these conversions are SCP-3537's mental characteristics, memories, health, and personality, and a tattoo located in its back between the shoulder blades, which read Mr. Shapey from Little Misters by Dr. Wondertainment. All of SCP-3537's transformations take the appearance of non-anomalous human individuals. Some of the recorded changes have consisted of gain and loss of fat and muscle mass. How SCP-3537 obtains this additional matter, along with how it disposes of it, is unknown. Height ranging from 1.56 meters to 1.97 meters. Ethnicity and skin color. There are recorded cases where transformations include various skin pigmentations. These pigmentations usually resemble tattoos and/or cosmetics. Hair color. Similarly, there are cases where transformations have unnatural hair colors. Said hair shows no evidence of it having been dyed. Sex, biological age, overall DNA structure. Occasionally, SCP-3537 will write down a description for possible anomalous abilities the transformation could have. Testing indicates that SCP-3537 does not obtain the anomalies written. For a list of some recorded transformations, see Addendum 3537-A. Shortly after containment, SCP-3537 changed appearance into an obese male of indeterminate descent. Pigmentation was present in the general area of the belly of 3537. The pigmentation took the shape of sentences, and it reads as follows. Wow, you've just found yourself your very own Little Mister, a limited edition collection from Dr. Wondertainment. Always wanted a tall friend who could help you retrieve all those frisbees stuck in the roof of your house? Or smart friend that can help you with your homework, so you can have more time to play? Well, you're in luck. Mr. Shapey can be that, and so much more. Find them all and become Mr. Collector. 1. Mr. Chameleon. 2. Mr. Headless. 3. Mr. Laugh. 4. Mr. Forgetful. 5. Mr. Shapey. M3537-A. The following is a list of some of the recorded SCP-3537 transformations, accompanied with anomaly descriptions. Date 7/12/2016. Transformation 3537-26. Mr. Knight. Description: male of Peruvian descent, 1.80 meters tall and weighed 70.11 kilograms. Bald, between 30 and 40 years of age. Other notable features: SCP-3537 had pigmentation on its body, resembling traditional indigenous body paint. These do not seem to play part with SCP-3537's description. Possible anomalies: while in the dark, the entity would have manifested bioluminescent spots on the skin. The spots would have acted as stars, and their positions would shift to match the entity's current location. Date 11/6/2016. Transformation 3537-89. Ms. Sandy. Description: female of European descent, 1.63 meters tall and weighed 63.44 kilograms. Blonde hair, approximately 20 years of age. Other notable features: SCP-3537 presented signs of constant sun exposure, except for the general area of the torso. This untanned portion indicates the use of a one-piece swimming suit. Possible anomalies: unspecified amounts of sand would manifest periodically in a small area around the entity. If a subject under 18 years of age were to interact with the manifested sand, any structures created, in essence sandcastles, would become indestructible regardless of pressure applied. Date 5/28/2017. Transformation number 3537-4343. Mr. Zippers. Description: male. It's theorized that the entity in question would have been genderless in a similar manner to SCP-905 and SCP-629, but the transformations of SCP-3537 goes through seems to be unable to remove its sexual organs. Of unidentified descent, 1.73 meters tall and weighed 32.02 kilograms, approximately 50 years old. Other notable features: SCP-3537 presented light purple skin coloration with golden stripes present in a seemingly random pattern across the body. Possible anomalies: the entity would consist of a sentient, hollow, humanoid cloth doll with various zippers around its body. These zippers could be opened to a pocket dimension. Items could be stored and retrieved from the inside the entity. Addendum 3537-B. Following is a description which took place on 4/19/2018 between SCP-3537 and researcher Harling. Interviewed SCP-3537. Interviewer researcher Harling. Begin log. Good afternoon, SCP-3537. Today I would like to make some question about these special transformations of yours. Sure thing, Doc. Let's begin then. Why is it that you can only come up with these descriptions of anomalous behavior for certain transformations? Why not all of them? Pretty easy. I just don't think all of them are that interesting, to be honest. Nothing really eye-catching, nothing that would really make a child go, "Mom, I want one of those. Can I get one, please?" I'd say a polymorphic entity is eye-catching as it is. Do you feel unsatisfied with your anomalies in comparison to that of others from the collection? Unsatisfied? I assure you, sir. I'm happy the way I am, regardless of how I will ever look. Then what's the purpose behind the notes we've seen you write? Brainstorming. Brainstorming? What for? Well, they used to be idea pitches for possible Little Misters. If I came up with a good idea for a shift, then I would write it down for Dr. W to read, and if he liked it, she would make it a Mister. So what you are saying is that you were the first one that came to existence. Yes and no. You're right in that I was physically made first, but I was certainly the last one to get the tattoo. W made me to help in the creative process of Mister making. Lost, fish, smiles. I used to be them before they were themselves. Well, I used to be most of them, since not all current Misters were ideas from yours truly. However, it wasn't until the list was 19 Misters and that W decided that I should be the last. Any particular reason behind that choice? None as far as I know. To end it up for today, could you elaborate on why you keep coming up on these descriptions, despite not working for Dr. Wondertainment anymore? I used to do it mostly to pass time, like a hobby. It wasn't until recently that I felt like I needed to do them, as if I was working again, though. Either way, since you guys now own me, might as well pitch my ideas to you all, since everybody here seems interested in how wacky I can look at times. End log. SCP-1908, Mr. Soap. Level 2, Restricted. Containment Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1908 is to be held within a waterproofed containment cell that has been outfitted with a standard-sized bathtub. It will be provided 40 grams of soap flakes a day for sustenance. As per current regulation regarding Mister anomalies, the anomaly cell has been situated in Hall 34B of Site 55. Media may not be brought into contact with SCP-1908 without the approval of Dr. Everwood. Newly obtained SCP-1908-B and SCP-1908-C instances are to be examined and transcribed by nos.aic and then stored in Site-55's Anomalous Media Archive. Direct viewing of SCP-1908-B and SCP-1908-C instances is strictly prohibited. Cleaning staff are restricted from entering 1908's containment cell. It has been allowed to maintain the cleanliness of its space. If SCP-1908 is observed to become especially discontent, up to 1 kilogram of dirt is to be dispersed about its cell for enrichment purposes. Description: SCP-1908 is a sapient mass of opaque white-blue soap water that is approximately 190 liters in volume. The anomaly can locomote by rolling itself across the ground in a rough spherical mass, though maintaining this shape appears to be particularly taxing. Consequently, SCP-1908 generally prefers to remain stationary within an appropriately sized container. To interact with its environment in a more complex matters, SCP-1908 will partially coalesce itself into portions of human anatomy. SCP-1908-A. When the anomaly is not consciously exerting control over SCP-1908-A, particularly during its regular periods of dormancy, instances will manifest and demanifest at random intervals. Upon being questioned about this phenomena, SCP-1908 displayed significant frustration with its inability to fully regulate its own body. Approximately 5% of SCP-1908-A instances generate with a tattoo printed somewhere on the surface, each being a variation of the words Mr. Bath from Little Misters by Dr. Wondertainment. In 85% of all noted tattoo manifestations, the name Mr. Bath was replaced by Mr. Wash, Mr. Scrub, Mr. Water, Mr. Clean, Mr. Bubble, and Mr. No More Dirt. At no point has any variation of Mr. Soap been observed on an SCP-1908-A instance. The anomaly was first discovered when it appeared at Site-55's primary entrance within an ornate clawfoot bathtub, emblazoned with Dr. Wondertainment's logo. SCP-1908-C-01 was subsequently found floating within SCP-1908. Addendum 1908-1. Adult-oriented media that comes into physical contact with SCP-1908 becomes an SCP-1908-B instance. SCP-1908-B instances lack any form of mature language, violence, or bloodshed, regardless of the original subject matter. Their tone is lighthearted and upbeat, with conflicts that are primarily resolved by a usage of Dr. Wondertainment brand products. Receiving an SCP-1908-B instance's contents for more than 3 minutes will result in death via arterial air embolism, which appears to be caused by the manifestation of soap bubbles within the bloodstream. SCP-1908-B instance, The Shining, 1980. Alterations. The primary conflict of the narrative revolves around Jack Torrance focusing on work above spending time with his family. At no point is his history of addiction or physical abuse alluded to. A majority of the film's runtime is devoted to a series of slapstick pranks that Danny Torrance plays on his father. The aid of the spirits of the Overlook Hotel were portrayed as 2D animation bedsheet ghosts. During the famous all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy scene, Wendy Torrance abruptly turns away from the typewriter to look directly into the camera. She proceeds to praise the super paper that Jack Torrance has been typing on, describing its many favorable traits for several minutes. The film ends with the Torrance family celebrating Christmas together, in which they receive various Dr. Wondertainment brand gifts. Child-oriented media that contacts SCP-1908 becomes an SCP-1908-C instance. Unlike SCP-1908-B, SCP-1908-C's alterations are generally unpredictable. No pattern between instances has yet been discerned. SCP-1908-C instance, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, 1971. Alterations: the child actor portraying Charlie Bucket, Peter Ostrom, frequently struggles to remember his lines and choreography. often needing to be prompted from off-screen. Gene Wilder, portraying the titular Willy Wonka, appears to be incensed by Ostrom's mistakes, periodically breaking character to berate him. Ostrom falls into the chocolate river during the boat ride sequence and is not seen for the remainder of the film, which continues on as though he were still present. SCP-1908-C Instance: Clifford the Big Red Dog by Norman Bridwell. Alteration: all illustrative and textual depictions of Clifford are expunged from the book with black marker. No other alterations have been noted. Addendum 1908-2 SCP-1908-C-01 SCP-1908-C-01 is a picture book without any cover or title page. Its illustrations seem to have been made with pencil and watercolors. Consequently, the water damage from its submersion in SCP-1908 has rendered them largely illegible. Shortly after SCP-1908's discovery, junior researcher Eugene Gray read SCP-1908-C-01 for approximately 41 seconds and asphyxiated. 5.5 liters of soap water were later discovered in his lungs. SCP-1908-C-01 transcript. Little Misters near and far, do you know just who they are? Mr. Hungry likes to eat. Miss Sweeties, none too sweet. Mr. Money grants your wish. That talking carp is Mr. Fish. Mr. Moon turns with the night. Mr. Chameleon's made of light. Mr. Stripes hides words away. Mr. Mads nowhere, no way. Mr. Scary's full of rust. Yowler's the one you trust. Mr. Hot talks and Mr. Lost walks. Mr. Soap dwells in the drips and the drops. Mr. Shapey bends and Mr. Brass breaks. Mr. Forgetful just takes and takes. Mr. Headless sees and Mr. Laugh sighs. Mr. Death lives and Mr. Life dies. Last is red, by far the worst. A Mr. Spurned, a Mr. Cursed. Flee if you see him, hide if he calls. If I am the pride, then he is the fall. Little misters, big and small, find them, bind them, collect them all. The final page of SCP-1908-C-01 appears to have been affixed to the book after it was published. You've just found yourself your very own Little Mister, a limited time edition collection from Dr. Wondertainment. Find them all and become Mr. Collector. 1. Mr. Chameleon. 2. Mr. Headless. 3. Mr. Laugh. 4. Mr. Forgetful. 5. Mr. Shapey. 6. Mr. Soap. Addendum 1908-3 Interview Log. Interviewed SCP-1908. Interviewer Dr. J. Everwood, GOI Research Group. For the duration of the interview, SCP-1908 speaks in a labored, halting manner. Hello, SCP-1908. How are you today? Not very good. I'm sorry to hear that. It's okay. I'd like to ask you some questions if you're feeling up to it. I can do that. Great. First, do you know what happens to media you come into contact with? Yes, I wash away all the dirty things, the unsafe things for children. Make it clean and safe and consistent with the brand That's why I'm Mr. Soap. About that, we've noticed that your name was on your paper, but not on any of your tattoos. Why is that? I'm still practicing. I used to have a different name. It's hard to adjust. Oh, what were you previously called? Mr. Blue, spelled with two U's. I see. Can you tell me why it changed? The doctor. He rebranded me when I couldn't do my old job anymore. Me and my brother, we were the first Little Misters. A matching set. Complimentary, you know? We weren't the first to be made, but the first to be shown to the investors. A proof of concept to help fund the rest. But the doctor, she had to make us perfect. What do you mean she? Are you still talking about the same person? I don't understand the question. Never mind. Please continue. The doctor changed us so many times, so many alterations, to make us perfect for the investors. They didn't understand what it would do to us. It made my brother go wrong, and it made me go broken. Do you think you're broken? I am broken. When the doctor rebranded me, things were fine for a little while. I made stories safer for kids and helped clean up. And once I even got to sing a song about how to wash your hands. But nothing I clean is safe anymore. And I'm bad at talking. And I get tired too easily. And the children are all scared of me. I'm just not market viable. I think the doctor could fix me if he changed me again. But she's afraid I'll go wrong like my brother. So they sent me here instead. Is that what Dr. Wondertainment told you? SCP-1908? Mr. Soap? Huh? Did you hear what I said? I'm sorry. I'm just really tired. Only one more question then. Can you tell me what your brother's name was? The one that went wrong? You don't want to know anything about him. You don't want to even see him. What makes you say that? Trust me, nobody likes seeing red. SCP-913. Mr. Hungry. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-913 is to be contained in a customized humanoid containment cell, lined with 1-meter thick carbon steel. SCP-913 is to be provided with standard humanoid furnishings, with pre-recorded entertainment materials provided on request. Access to the cell may be conducted through a reinforced carbon steel door. Once every 2 hours, SCP-913 is to be provided with one nutritional supplement as outlined in Document 913-2. SCP-913 is fitted with a central venous catheter to facilitate nutrition. The subject is to be provided with intravenous nutritional supplements while sleeping. Catheter is to be changed once every 3 months. As of current regulations on Misters, SCP-913 is to be contained in Hall Redacted of Site Redacted. Description: SCP-913 appears to be a middle-aged African-American male with an extremely fast metabolism. SCP-913 requires the recommended daily caloric intake for a normal human every 2 hours and has an internal temperature of redacted. SCP-913 will enter into a trance state if not fed the specified amount of calories in a 2-hour period. While affected, SCP-913 will break down and ingest any solid matter within sight. This ingestion can include normally indigestible matter, such as wood, plastics, and metals, and does not distinguish between living subjects and other materials. This hunger state will force SCP-913 to awaken if sleeping. SCP-913 is aware of his actions while in this state and expresses extreme discomfort following the ingestion of denser materials. SCP-913 can rend objects with an estimated force of 3,000 newtons and can bite objects with an estimated force of 5,000 newtons while eating. SCP-913 is unable to display this strength outside of his trance state. Examination of SCP-913's liver tissues shows that it will produce new enzymes in response to foreign material. These enzymes will metabolize the substrate at 98% efficiency, effectively detoxifying any drugs or toxins. This includes amnestics and anesthetics. SCP-913 was discovered at entrance expunged of Site Redacted. Addendum 913-1. The words "Mr. Hungry" from Little Misters by Dr. Wondertainment are tattooed upon SCP-913's right calf. Upon discovery, SCP-913 had been wearing a shirt and dress pants, both with the brand name "Doctor's Orders" sewn into their tags. This designation appears as 7 in document SCP-909-A. Wow, you've just found yourself your very own Little Mister, a limited edition collection from Dr. Wondertainment. Find them all and become Mr. Collector. 1. Mr. Chameleon. 2. Mr. Headless. 3. Mr. Laugh. 4. Mr. Forgetful. 5. Mr. Shapey. 6. Mr. Soap. 7. Mr. Hungry. Notice from the Foundation Records and Information Security Administration, RAISA. The anomaly hereafter described is no longer an SCP object and thus requires no special containment procedures. The following information is retained in SCP format for convenience, while the file is transferred to a more permanent format. Thank you for your understanding. RAISA. SCP-629, Mr. Brass. Description: SCP-629 is a 176 centimeter tall masculine humanoid entity made entirely of bronze, styled as a middle-aged man with a beard, button-down shirt, tie, jeans, shoes, jacket, and beanie. Subtle seams separate SCP-629's body into 6 component parts: the legs, the arms, the torso, and the head. When SCP-629 was originally discovered, vibrant paints covered its body, but these have since worn off. The words "Mr. Brass" from Little Misters by Dr. Wondertainment, also known as GOI 386, have been embossed into SCP-629's back. Despite the rigidity of bronze and seemingly lack of mechanization, SCP-629 is capable of ambulation and articulation, which often produces mechanical clicking and whirring sounds. SCP-629 is also sapient and capable of speech, which produces CO2, water vapor, and trace amounts of lung cells. DNA analysis has found no known matches, but samples variably contain 6 distinct genetic signatures belonging to 2 biological females and 4 males. 3 of these signatures have been found to contain genetic diseases with high infant mortality rates. SCP-629 is typically cooperative with questioning and testing, but not amicable. Initial interviews were on the subject of the Little Misters, GOI 386-1, a children's band that first appeared on 2/16/1981 with the release of a self-titled album. SCP-629 withheld information until its demands for consistent reading material and daily scheduled time outdoors were met. Seeing as SCP-629 holds no known anomalous capabilities, which could plausibly result in destruction of facilities, personnel fatalities, or escape, SCP-629 has been granted these requested analysis. Recovery. In 1988, Project Whimsy, headed by Dr. Everwood of the GOI 386 Research and Investigation Department, GOI 386 R&I, made a breakthrough in subverting Dr. Wondertainment's anti-memetic properties. These properties prevented certain information on the organization from being learnable by adults, seeming to target mentalities inside of specific ages, but tending towards allowing the innocent and childish to gain knowledge and disallowing the cold and jaded. Further details of Project Whimsy are restricted to personnel of 3 GOI 386 clearance and above. Through Project Whimsy, GOI 386 R&I discovered a flyer for a Little Misters concert set to occur within the month on 2/28/1988 at a Cogworth Orthodox Church, GOI 004B, hosted Dream Venue. Notably, it was later discovered through interviews that the Cogworth Orthodox Church had hosted venues for the Little Misters due to their interest in SCP-629. The flyer invited any child who found it to put the flyer under their pillow and dream of flying away. Operation Here Now was quickly put together to intercept this concert, as it was seen as a sizable threat to the Veil. Careful monitoring of a sleeping child who put the flyer under their bed on the night of the concert revealed a selective astral way. A selective astral way is a way which in some way requires specific traits of the entrant to function properly. An astral way is a way which may only be traversed by metaphysical egos. However, the way was improperly guarded, most likely due to Dr. Wondertainment's assurance that it would not be discovered. After 2 hours, the way was widened to be general instead of selective, allowing the passage of MTF Omicron Rho, the Dream Team. After a conflict that remained unrecorded due to, at the time, underdeveloped dream traversing technology, all attending children were forced back through their respective ways and amnesticized. An MTF Omicron Rho returned bearing SCP-629's metaphysical ego, withheld from returning to its physical self. All other members of the Little Misters apparently escaped. With Operation Here Now a success, GOI 386 R&I began a correspondence with the Oniric Research Department within Site-55 with the goal of using SCP-629's metaphysical ego to locate its physical self. However, before this could be accomplished, SCP-629's physical self appeared within a hallway of Site-55 under the blind spot of a camera on 3/4/1988. Initial containment was established, and SCP-629's physical self and metaphysical ego were reunited on 3/10/1988. GOI 386 response: The Little Misters didn't release another album until 4 months after SCP-629's acquisition. Glub Glub, an album focused mostly on Mr. Soap, Person of Interest 3861-13, teaching children proper hygiene techniques, nearly halving the speed of their usual output. However, after this one delay, the Little Misters appeared to proceed as normal, even slightly increasing their output to produce their usual 6 albums by the end of the year. Notably, their music no longer included any brass instruments, which their prior albums had. This observation was held true up until present, with the notable exception of the use of trumpets on the last track of their most recent album, Reza. There also emerged a lyrical motif in which words ending with "as" followed by instrumentals, where a rhyme would usually occur. For example, the song "Park Day Off" of the album Step Outside and Smile, 1990. I can feel the feeling filling my soul of the new day, the blue, they will fill up the sky, and the sun will burn bright on the young and the old, and it makes me so happy I feel I can cry. I remember a man who ran his fingers through grass. Park Day! Chorus ensues. These unresolved rhymes are mostly sung by Mr. Chameleon, Person of Interest 386-1-03, who otherwise is neither a singer nor an instrumentalist, and instead performs dance and visual effects. Interviews with SCP-629 have revealed that Mr. Chameleon was SCP-629's closest friend among the Little Misters. No explicit references to SCP-629 were made in any media produced by the Little Misters, though there are other potentially implicit references in their songs from the era between SCP-629's acquisition and 1999. In 1999, the current Person of Interest 386 Prime, Dr. Cornelius Malinschatz Wondertainment, Person of Interest 386 Prime-02, died unexpectedly of unknown causes. Greater correspondence with Dr. Wondertainment has still failed to elucidate the circumstances of Dr. C.M. Wondertainment's death, Reza. In his will, he named a Holly Light as his successor, who then became the new POI 386 Prime, inheriting SCP Redacted, the title of Dr. Wondertainment. The Little Mister's behavior began to change soon after this development, beginning with a year-long hiatus in which they created no music or merchandise. In 2000, GOI 386 R&I received the following letter, abridged here for ease of reading. January 15th, 2000, from the desk of the Grandest Gourmand of Bonbons. Dear SCP Foundation, it has come for us to address your possession of one of the Little Misters, a registered Dr. Wondertainment intellectual property. Our band has been missing one of its cornerstone members for over a decade, and my predecessor did not have the resources nor time to dedicate to recovering Mr. Brass. Throughout our conflicts in the past, the Dr. Wondertainment Company and the Foundation have largely avoided physical confrontation. We would like to keep that rapport, so instead of threats, I would like to propose a trade. Dr. H.L. Wondertainment. The letter went on to describe a trade offer of information on some of Dr. Wondertainment's operations and inner workings in exchange for SCP-629 and several other Dr. Wondertainment-related anomalies contained by the SCP Foundation, restricted to personnel of 3 GOI 386 clearance and above. A correspondence between GOI 386 R&I and the O5 Council led to a vote on whether or not to take the deal as offered or to propose changes. A vote eventually led to a change of terms, which were then sent back to Dr. Wondertainment via a method described in the letter. However, Dr. Wondertainment never responded, even once a follow-up letter was sent. No further attempts at communication had been made. On 4/21/2000, the Little Misters released the album Imagining New Colors, which deviated from their usual formula significantly, both in genre and subject matter. While there were hints and references to their status as a children's band, the album also explored much more existential themes, such as the status of being an artificially created being, as in the song Shot Like a Cannonball, and questioning their fulfillment doing what they were presumably created to do, as in the song Baseline. The album also omitted any promotion of Dr. Wondertainment products, as typical in previous albums. Imagining New Colors also included their first ever instrumental track, thought to be in reference to SCP-629, titled Unsung Hero. The song featured a pentatonic motif that the Little Misters would proceed to write into at least one song on every subsequent album. In an interview with the Dear College Odyssey, an anomalous publication in the Nexus of Three Portlands, Mr. Life, Person of Interest 386-120, called the motif the glass motif, but refused elaboration. After the release of this album, the Little Misters entered a period of infrequent activity, performing in only 3 concerts and releasing 4 albums between 2000 and 2002, none of which were aimed towards their usual demographic. However, on 6/30/2002, the Little Misters released another children's album titled Mr. Moon Woos the Planets, which combined their education-oriented earlier style with their new pattern of weaving a single story throughout the songs. The album followed Mr. Moon, Person of Interest 386-1-10, as he fell in love with each astral body of the solar system, which were played by various other members of the Little Misters, working from Pluto inwards and ending with the sun. In this album, the glass motif was used in the song Mercury, accompanied by lyrics of Mr. Moon lamenting that Mercury disappeared behind the heat of the sun, but might someday come back, which transitions into the final song, The Sun, by the way of his focus becoming distracted by the object between them. Following this release, the Little Misters resumed their pattern of releasing an album every other month. However, only every other album released was a children's album, and the remainder were more experimental and existential. This pattern continues at the time of writing. This pattern still holds true even after current events. Reza. In 2018, the Little Misters made their first explicit mention of SCP-629 at a show during the Rock Against the Foundations, an anti-Foundation music festival put on by a large Serpent's Hand (GOI 19) subsect with ties to the Slavic Anarch scene. During the performance, Mr. Red Jr., Person of Interest 386-1-01, exclaimed, "This one is for brass!" before the band played a faster and longer rendition of Unsung Hero. The Little Mister's set ended with Mr. Red Jr. saying, "To Mr. Brass, we love you, we miss you. We're coming to get you." Despite this statement, the Little Misters have made no known attempts to reclaim SCP-629. New GOI 386 Relations and Impact on SCP-629 Containment. On 6/18/2042, the O5 Council unanimously accepted a more cooperative relationship as proposed by Dr. Wondertainment, the details of which are restricted to personnel of 3 GOI 386 clearance and above. The effect of this new relationship on containment are ongoing and have resulted in many newly non-SCP objects continuing to be classified as such until the Records and Information Security Administration can move these files into a new format. SCP-629 is one such item. Mr. Brass, Person of Interest 386-1-21, previously SCP-629, has been released to the Little Misters after being amnesticized of any classified information he may have gathered while in Foundation custody. Recorded below is a final interview conducted before Mr. Brass's amnestization and release. Interviewer, Dr. Robert Dorer. Interviewee, Mr. Brass, Person of Interest 386-1-21. Conducted 7/20/2042. This interview was held in Site 55 Courtyard because Mr. Brass is notably more cooperative when outdoors. Begin log. Dr. Dorer has placed a handheld recorder on the bench between himself and Mr. Brass to start the interview. As the recording begins, sounds of Dr. Dorer sitting himself can be heard, as well as mechanical clicks from Mr. Brass moving into a more comfortable position. In the background, running water can be heard. Dorer, Brass. There is a pause. Faint whirring can be heard, as well as breathing from Dorer. Well, Brass, let's start simple. How are you today? I'm doing well. Perfect. Any discomfort? Any new developments with your body? No. How about emotionally? Anything been bothering you? Anything we can help you with? I'm doing well. Good, good. Well, Brass, you probably know by the recorder that I'm not just coming to check in with you today. It's really big news. This is our last interview. You're going to be released. Running water can be heard. All mechanical sounds have ceased. A pause endures for 8 seconds. Of a month ago, the SCP Foundation has accepted an agreement proposed by the current Dr. Wondertainment, a Judy Papil, if I remember correctly, to enter a more cooperative and peaceful relationship. Part of this new relationship is that we're giving them, I don't like to call you this, but our skips. You're one of them. You're going home. Footsteps of someone passing by can be heard, as well as a far-off conversation. A pause endures for 12 seconds. Really? Really? Part of the agreement is that Wondertainment is going to go more mundane, making significantly less anomalous objects, and exchanging for the Foundation ceasing to target their business practices. I think I heard that means the Little Misters are going to be able to perform more publicly, less cloaks and daggers. Most of you can pass as non-anomalous individuals already. As long as no one touches you, you look like a street performer. I'm sure a certain little bit of allowed magic will make the illusion complete. Brief mechanical clicking is heard. A splash is accompanied by duck calls as the duck lands in the water behind the two. A pause endures for 10 seconds, then Mr. Brass begins to hum to the tone of "I'm Mr. Brass" from the Little Mister's first album. Brass? Are you all right? I'm doing well. A small pat can be heard on as Dr. Door puts a hand on Mr. Brass's shoulder. You're going home. Really? Really? Some mechanical sounds are heard. After 4 seconds, Mr. Brass resumes humming. This endures for 18 seconds before Dr. Door picks up the handheld recorder and ceases the interview. GOI 386 response: Mr. Brass first reappeared in the Little Mister's album For Music's Sakes, an educational album about the basics of music theory. Mr. Brass did not, however, play any instrument or sing, instead using the mechanical noises he makes while moving for percussion. This use of Mr. Brass continued for the next 3 albums, though during this time he did not make any public appearances. His first public appearance was in an outdoor concert on 1/8/2043 in Austin, Texas. The concert was partnered with New Shoes, a mundane charity supporting homeless youth. Mr. Brass revealed his new role in the band as a percussionist, moving his body in such a way as to make clicks and whirs to the beat of their songs. After intermission, however, Mr. Brass ceased to perform in the middle of the song entitled Chris's Daily Walk. The rest of the Little Misters appeared to notice, but continued with the performance until Mr. Brass walked off stage, at which point Mr. Fish, person of interest 386-1-09, followed him. At the conclusion of the song by the other bandmates, Miss Sweetie, person of interest 386-1-2, announced an unplanned intermission. The band proceeded backstage, and Miss Sweetie returned after 20 minutes to regretfully announce that the concert was being cut short. Attendees were informed that their tickets were refundable, but that all proceeds would go to charity. Mr. Brass has neither appeared publicly nor in any album since. Current status: Mr. Brass is known to reside somewhere in Wonderworld, though exact whereabouts are unknown. Current activities of the Little Misters are also unknown. It is thought that Mr. Chameleon, person of interest 386-1-03, lives with Mr. Brass and potentially acts as a caretaker role. Dr. Wondertainment has refused to give any further details on Mr. Brass. In 2044, the Little Misters released the album Oxidized, which includes a song written by each member of the Little Misters, excluding Mr. Brass. In digital format, the final track is untitled. However, a pamphlet with a CD purchase reads, "Wow, you've just purchased a disc from the amazing Little Misters. Oxidized is our longest album yet about the existentialism of our own potential immortality. Reflecting back on the lives we have led thus far, it is also our most autobiographical album, with one song written by each of our members, even our manager and producer. Buy our whole discography to become Mixed Collector. Buy a backstage pass at one of our shows and become Mixed Love." 1. Mr. Chameleon. 2. Mr. Headless. 3. Mr. Laugh. 4. Mr. Forgetful. 5. Mr. Shapey. 6. Mr. Soap. 7. Mr. Hungry. 8. Mr. Brass. SCP-644. Mr. Hot. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-644 is to be held within a standard humanoid containment chamber, within Hall Redacted of Site Redacted. All staff or D-Class in Site Redacted known to have children are to be briefed on SCP-644's anomalous effects. Staff with children may opt out of testing with SCP-644 at any time. Description: SCP-644 is a male humanoid of Italian descent. SCP-644 appears to be approximately 30 years old. The words Mr. Hot from Little Misters by Dr. Wondertainment are tattooed on SCP-644's left inner wrist. SCP-644 is able to accurately determine whether or not a person has children. Both biological and adopted children may be sensed by this effect. SCP-644 is aware of this fact for any person it knows of, even if just by appearance or name. SCP-644 claims to be able to predict the material wishes of any child, as well as the popularity of any product intended for children. SCP-644 claims that this effect does not function for the wishes of adults, but has given predictions for at least one person over the age of 18, whom SCP-644 described as a real trooper, with no further comment. SCP-644 is able to produce a business card from the pocket of any clothing worn by it. On the front of the card is printed, Mr. Hot, Marketing Consultant, Dr. Wondertainment, Inc., LLC, 1515 Mulberry Lane, Chicago, South Africa. On the back of the card, in small print, is a document similar to Document 909-A. Wow, you've just found yourself your very own Little Mister, a limited edition collection from Dr. Wondertainment. Find them all and become Mr. Collector. 1. Mr. Chameleon. 2. Mr. Headless. 3. Mr. Laugh. 4. Mr. Forgetful. 5. Mr. Shapey. 6. Mr. Soap. 7. Mr. Hungry. 8. Mr. Brass. 9. Mr. Hot. SCP-644 was originally found by local police in Racine, Wisconsin, where it was found sleeping in the entryway to a local elementary school, having broken a window to enter. SCP-644 claimed to have done this to escape winter weather conditions. An automatic Foundation web crawler picked up a mention of SCP-644's tattoo in the files of the local police department, and it was acquired shortly after. Racine, Wisconsin was later found to contain several anomalous objects created by Dr. Wondertainment in possession of several local children. Interview 1, Forward. Interview was conducted following initial containment before SCP-644's anomalous properties had been ascertained. SCP-644 is led into the interview room by security personnel outfitted with full fire-retardant gear, rated against temperatures up to 800 degrees Celsius, outfitted with Kevlar and foam padding in the case of explosive detonation. Personnel are also armed with high-capacity fire extinguishers. What's up with these guys? Please state your name for our records. I'm Mr. Hot, Marketing Consultant for Dr. Wondertainment Incorporated, LLC. SCP-644 holds out wrist, pointing to the tattoo. Security personnel prepare to extinguish any potential fires. The tattoo, see? That was my idea, because I keep my finger on the pulse of the market. Eh? You had say in where your tattoo went? Yeah, me and the doctor. We were pretty close. I think I went to college with him. Where was that? Oh, I don't know. Does anyone really remember that stuff? So, how are you? I'm doing fine. Could you tell me about your relationship with Wondertainment? Fine? I mean, I'm sure you're missing the kids, right? They're with your husband? What do you know about my children? I know that they miss you. They don't even know what you do. This certainly isn't a university, right? Unless they've got some relaxed testing protocols. Ha! It's been what, 2 weeks since you saw them? Go on. See, what I'm thinking is, you need to let them know their love. I mean, Jason last semester, he got an A- in math, and that just went unrewarded. That's cold, Doctor. You're right. What should I do? I think you give me the word, and I'll put some word in higher up. No guarantees, but I'll see what I can do. What exactly can you do? Well, I can talk to my friends upstairs. I call him Mr. Distributor, but he's not really. It's just a nickname. His name is Steven, but I talk to him, and if we find your kids are up to snuff, so to speak, we can get them some stuff to play with. Could even wrap it up, put from mommy on there. I'd have to know more. Need to know your toys are safe, of course. Yeah, how about we talk about this a bit later? Without these eavesdroppers around. SCP-644 motions to the security personnel. That sounds wise. All right, you know where to find me. Ha! Here's my card. SCP-644 produces a business card. Security personnel confiscate it and place it within a reinforced fireproof container. End log. Interview 2. Forward. Interview was conducted 1 day after initial recovery. Begin log excerpt. SCP-644 is brought into the interview room. A 10-centimeter thick barrier composed of heat-resistant, blast-proof glass is erected between Dr. Latimer and the subject chair. Oh, come on! Hello, Mr. Hot. Hi, Doctor. Is this about the name? I'll be honest, I'm not that hot. It's just a precaution. Could you tell me more about what you mentioned yesterday? Your toys. Oh, yes, indeed. Wondertainment products are fully tested, come with a lifetime guaranteed, and are designed to enrich your child's imagination through fun exploration. You mentioned something about children fitting some requirement to receive toys. Could you elaborate? Well, you see, you can't just give this kind of craftsmanship to just anybody. You give the kid a relativistic race car, he's just going to leave it on the shelf and go stare at the sun or something. No, no. We're looking for a higher caliber, someone so imaginative, someone who will really appreciate the work that goes into this stuff. All around great kid. What kind of work? What do you do at Wondertainment? I mean, I don't want to go on about myself. This is about your kids, right? I need to know I can trust you as a source. Smart, smart. I guess that's why you're the doctor and I'm just Mr. They call me a marketing consultant, but really I'm involved at every step of the process. How did you become so valued by the organization? Lots of hard work, I assure you, but at first, maybe luck. See, I was just a young guy, maybe 30 or so, but I get involved by this older guy, nay Wondertainment, who offers me a chance to get really involved in something special, you know? Didn't you say you knew Wondertainment in college? Yeah. Anyways, I start working with him. You want someone who's got a real good market sense, you know? He says, Hot, I'm full of so many ideas. What to choose? I don't have forever. That's why I need you to sharpen my knife. Give us some focus. I've got just the thing to let you do that. So I go under, and when I come back, it's like, zap. I know. What ideas are going to be hot all the time, and I work with him, and we're going like gangbusters, spreading like mad. Me and him, and he says to me, my mind isn't what I used to be, Hot. Let's hone your creative mind. We do it again, and suddenly I'm a powerhouse. I'll come to him like, Doc, I've got an idea. How about instead of playing with your food, you can have an intelligent conversation with your food? And I'd say that to him, and he'd say, hey, to me, Hot, you have quite the melon on your shoulders. And I'd say, wow, thanks, boss. And then he'd put a miniature melon on my shoulder, and we'd both laugh. It's our little joke, see? Well, was, until it started making Headless feel self-conscious. But we continued on like that for, it was years. I helped with every endeavor. One year I thought, you know what kids love? Taking baths, or having imaginary friends, or laughing at jokes, or well, we had some weird years. And in my twilight years, I started working some pet projects. One of the projects literally became a pet, actually. Like, the concept of it was animate. Got torched when it started biting fingers, but boss, he said to me that he had a cool idea, and he told me about it, and I was just in love. So he gave me this tattoo and told me my desk job days were complete. Actually, that I was complete, and that I needed to head out and start spreading the love. So many underprivileged kids. Did you know that 1 in 5 children live beneath the poverty line? They could use some Wondertainment, am I right? That was all about 7 years ago. And that's when you became Mr. Hot? I was always Mr. Hot, ma'am. Now, are you interested in my product or what? What kind of toy did you have in mind? Ah, I was thinking Dr. Wondertainment's Carpal Critters TM. It's a virtual pet, right? But it's not in a computer. It lives inside your forearm, some local anesthesia, hollows the whole thing out, and then it's your friend. It can read you bedtime stories, do your math homework, whole rigmarole, and it's very understanding. You can yell at it, vent at it, tell it to get lost, and it'll forgive you and be there to give your Olna a big hug when you wake. SCP-2396, Ms. Sweetie. Object Class: Euclid, formerly Keter. Former Special Containment Procedures.
SCP-2396 is to be contained in Provisional Site 2396. Provisional Site 2396 will only be staffed by employees who identify as a woman in any capacity. Until a method of neutralizing SCP-2396's effect can be found, there will be no attempt to move it from the site. SCP-2396 is to be given a single liter of glucose syrup a day. All male-identified civilians found within a 6-kilometer radius around Provisional Site 2396 are to be detained and screened for contact with SCP-2396-A. Any civilian found to be compromised is to be terminated before becoming an instance of SCP-2396-B. All SCP-2396-B instances encountered in the wild are to be terminated. Due to SCP-2396's current location, all terminated individuals are to be given a standard Lost Hiker cover story. Any civilians who witness an instance of SCP-2396 are to be administered Class B amnestics. SCP-2396-A instances are to be incinerated immediately. All areas in a 6-kilometer radius around Provisional Site 2396 are to be closely monitored at all times for SCP-2396-A instances by Containment Task Force Lambda-6, Girly Girls. If an instance of SCP-2396-B is located, CTAF Lambda-6 is to be called in to enact termination procedures. As with Provisional Site 2396, CTF Lambda-6 is to be staffed only with task force operatives who identify as a woman in any capacity. All containment efforts are to be oriented towards finding a way to neutralize SCP-2396's area of effect to facilitate containment.
Current Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2396 is to be housed in a standard humanoid containment cell in the low-security wing of Site-19. Daily, SCP-2396 is to be given a single liter of liquid sucralose it believes to be sugar. For ease of containment, all staff interacting with it are to identify as women in some capacity. No other precautions are necessary. Description: SCP-2396 is a female humanoid approximately 2.5 meters tall and weighing 101 kilograms. SCP-2396 is identical to baseline female human in appearance, with the exception of naturally occurring pink hair and irises. The words "Miss Sweetie" from Little Misters by Dr. Wondertainment are tattooed along the outside of SCP-2396's left thigh. When denied sugar, any food item identified as containing sugar, SCP-2396 claims to undergo great pain, necessitating a constant supply of sugar or food items identified as such. The amount of sugar is unimportant in maintaining its anomalous effect. The consumption of sugars in any amount will cause SCP-2396's blood sugar level to reach a constant level of 40 milligrams per deciliter. Due to its abnormally high blood sugar levels, the object was in a constant state of hyperglycemia, stating to suffer from constant headaches and blurred vision. Despite its consumption of food, SCP-2396 does not exhibit any excretory bodily functions or change in weight. While SCP-2396 is fueled with any sugar, any male individual who is not currently a SCP-2396-B instance, coming within 50 yards of her expresses a strong desire to leave and reorient their position as far from SCP-2396 as possible. Male identified individuals brought in direct contact with SCP-2396 undergo symptoms similar to a diabetic coma. The object claims that it is to keep nasty brothers and their friends away. SCP-2396-A instances are small objects comprised of simple sugars that resemble assorted colors of hard candy. SCP-2396-A instances appear anywhere within a 6-kilometer radius of SCP-2396's current location, with a greater density appearing in areas known to contain human traffic. Due to their size and the large area of SCP-2396's area of effect, placement and amount of SCP-2396-A is uncertain. The production of SCP-2396-A is known to increase when SCP-2396 undergoes stress. While SCP-2396-A objects are harmless when touched or ingested by female-identified humans, male-identified humans undergo a gradual transformation to an instance of SCP-2396-B. Transformation into an instance of SCP-2396-B is marked by an increase in blood sugar levels, sometimes exceeding 600 milligrams per deciliter. Due to this, many who come into contact with SCP-2396-A are immobilized immediately by the rapid increase in blood sugar. Over a period of up to 12 hours, the individual's flesh, fluids, and bones, through an unknown process, converted into hard candy which replicates and molds the body, causing the individual to become an instance of SCP-2396-B. SCP-2396-B instances take the form of large humanoid constructs and, rarely, unicorns. Once an SCP-2396-B entity has been fully converted, it will make its way towards SCP-2396 and attempt to breach its containment. SCP-2396-B entities show a strong resistance toward blunt force trauma and exhibit abnormal strength. SCP-2396-B entities will attack any male-identified individuals in their line of sight. SCP-2396-B entities follow any commands given by any female-identified individual, including orders to stand down, and are most easily terminated with fire, whether through incinerator or flamethrower. SCP-2396 ceases its production on SCP-2396-A and its effects on male-identified individuals when it has not ingested sugar for longer than 48 hours. At this time, its blood sugar level stays at a constant 10 milligrams per deciliter. Due to the similarity between the effects of hyperglycemia and hypoglycemia as exhibited in SCP-2396, the object is unable to recognize the difference when given a similar amount of artificial sugars. Interview 2396-5. This was the fifth interview with the object while in containment. SCP-2396 had been administered sucralose instead of its usual sugar for a week as of that time. For the sake of containment and gaining information, SCP-2396 was made to believe it was still creating instances of SCP-2396-A and SCP-2396-B. Good morning, 2396. Oh, come on, Cindy. You don't have to be all stuffy with your best gal. All right, 2396. Are you aware another 2396-B attempted to breach your containment? That's just boys. Always gotta be making a big stink of things when they want to get your attention. Ain't it always like that? Never a man, always a boy, always beating up their friends when they think they're getting too close. A man's gotta have his friends busy or else they're gonna be in the air. They seem to be concentrating on taking you away from here. Are you unhappy here, SCP-2396? A woman ain't happy anywhere, isn't that what they say? I'm not aware of any such saying. It should be one. I don't know, Lucy. I think it's just been because every gal wants a big, strong lug to sweep her off these feet, and these are sweet boys. Deep down, even if they're sticky, I'm sure they'd sweep you off your feet too, if you girls asked. Then what about the instances that resemble unicorns? Don't you love unicorns? All little girls love unicorns. You can eat them too when you get bored. Little girls get bored. It's good to have boys and unicorns you can eat when you're finished. Isn't that a little reductive? Look, Toots, I'm a girl's toy, and it's a man's world. What do you want from me? Is that why you repel men? Because you're a girl's toy? Dr. W didn't like it when boys break their sisters' toys. Told me it was damn near the worst thing in the world, and they can't break me. They can't even come near me. Well, except if they're, all sweet and handsome. And you're happy with the way things are? Dr. W is good in my book. I always had a sweet tooth and I always wanted to be a girl. Kind of an okay trade-off, if you ask me. You guys ain't so bad, though, even if the food's shit. Don't know how you mess up sugar, Sarah, but you guys make it taste like shit. Addendum 2396-1. When prompted, SCP-2396 claimed to have lost any certification, but was able to recite the following in full. Access Document 2396-1. Wow! You've just found yourself your very own Little Mister, a limited edition collection from Dr. Wondertainment. Find them all and become Mr. Collector! 1. Mr. Chameleon. 2. Mr. Headless. 3. Mr. Laugh. 4. Mr. Forgetful. 5. Mr. Shapey. 6. Mr. Soap. 7. Mr. Hungry. 8. Mr. Brass. 9. Mr. Hot. 10. Miss Sweetie. SCP-1007. Mr. Life and Mr. Death. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures: when inactive, SCP-1007 is to be kept in a standard coffin along with SCP-1007-1. The subject may only be activated during routine testing. As of current regulation on Misters, SCP-1007 is to be contained in Hall 8 of Site 13. Description: SCP-1007 appears to be a male of indeterminate ethnicity, undergoes the entire human life cycle within a 75-minute time frame. The subject ages at a rate of approximately 1 year per minute. Once 75 minutes have elapsed, the subject will invariably expire of spontaneous cessation of metabolic activity with no evident cause. It reports feeling excruciating pain during the first 16 minutes when its bones and muscles are changing shape very rapidly. This process violates the first law of thermodynamics, as the subject does not seem to require any energy input to fuel the massive amount of cellular growth. SCP-1007-1 is a key that fits into a small metal keyhole inserted into the subject's back, in between its shoulder blades. X-ray scans have shown that the keyhole is an empty socket with no internal mechanism. When SCP-1007-1 is turned, the subject's physical age is reversed by 1 year for each turn until it has regressed to the form of a neonate. It is not known where the mass that is removed from the subject's body as it shrinks disappears to. If this is done after the subject's 75-minute lifespan has elapsed, the subject will reactivate. If the subject has been dead for long enough to have decayed, any decay, regardless of its extent, will also be reversed. SCP-1007 was recovered by Task Force Tau-6 along with SCP-Redacted and SCP-Redacted during a raid on the California mansion of Redacted, a known customer of Marshall, Carter, and Dark Limited. Redacted admitted that he obtained SCP-1007 from an MCD-sponsored auction, and claimed that the auction in question had at least 4 other Misters for sale, though he did not recall to whom they were sold. Addendum: the words Mr. Life and Mr. Death from Little Misters by Dr. Wondertainment are tattooed on SCP-1007's right calf. This designation appears as 11 in Document 9009-A. Addendum 2. The fact that its designation seemingly refers to a pair has been taken by some to mean that SCP-1007 has a counterpart that has yet to be recovered. SCP-1007 has stated that it is unaware of the existence of such a counterpart and believes that its designation refers to the fact that it alternates between life and death. However, given that it's also unaware of the existence of several other Misters known to the Foundation, the existence of this hypothetical counterpart remains a possibility, and efforts are currently being made to determine its whereabouts. How, you've just found yourself your very own Little Mister, a limited-time collection from Dr. Wondertainment. Find them all and become Mr. Collectful. 1. Mr. Chameleon. 2. Mr. Headless. 3. Mr. Laugh. 4. Mr. Forgetful. 5. Mr. Shapey. 6. Mr. Soap. 7. Mr. Hungry. 8. Mr. Brass. 9. Mr. Hot. 10. Miss Sweetie. 11. Mr. Life and Mr. Death. SCP-527 Mr. Fish. Level 1 Unrestricted. Containment Class Euclid. Disruption Class VLAM. Risk Class Notice. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-527 is to be contained within a standard humanoid domicile at Site-19. No other containment procedures are necessary. Description: SCP-527 is a male humanoid, 1.67 meters in height, which is biologically non-anomalous, with the exception of its head, which is that of a Puntius semifasciolatus, or gold-barbed fish. SCP-527 displays no other anomalous qualities. The head of SCP-527 functions the same as the head of any non-anomalous human. SCP-527 is capable of typical human speech. A tattoo reading Mr. Fish from Little Misters, registered by Dr. Wondertainment, appears on the bottom of its left foot. Discovery: SCP-527 was discovered in Boston by Foundation agents in 2002 and was moved to Site-19 in 2004. Addendum 527.1 Initial Interview. Begin log. Thank you for your cooperation thus far, SCP-527. We're just using this interview as a way to gauge any potential anomalous behavior we might not expect. Alright? To begin, are you capable of breathing underwater? No. Are you capable of communicating with other fish or other sea-based life forms? No. I see. When did you first discover your condition? Were you by any chance attacked or bitten by a fish you did not recognize? Or experience an encounter with a sea-based deity of some kind? No. Well, then you've been like this since birth? Yep. Alright. Do you know of any other anomalous traits you might exhibit? Sure don't. I told the other guy, this is all it is. You're looking at it. Lie, stripes, hot, sweetie, they got all the good stuff. I'm just the guy with the fish head. Do you have any idea why your creator might have fashioned you in this way? Fuck if I know. End log, addendum 527.2, recovered documents. Note when asked, SCP-527 was able to produce the following documents. Wow, you've just found yourself your very own Little Mister, a limited edition collection from Dr. Wondertainment. Find them all and become Mr. Collector. 1. Mr. Chameleon. 2. Mr. Headless. 3. Mr. Laugh. 4. Mr. Forgetful. 5. SCP-917. Mr. Moon. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-917 is to be kept in a standard humanoid containment cell. Music and literature may be made available on request. One aide is to be assigned to SCP-917 at all times. Aides are to be rotated on a 6-hour shifts. SCP-917 may request to be left in solitude at any time. However, this privilege is restricted to 4 hours a day. A basic Braille-based communication book has been supplied to SCP-917. Simple communication may be performed through this medium, as well as agreed-upon hand signals. Personnel are instructed to not awaken SCP-917 while in New Moon phase unless absolutely required, as this may cause panic in the subject. Personnel are to wait until SCP-917 gives the agreed-upon signal before interaction. SCP-917 suffers from moderate arthritis and is to be supplied with medication when feeding is possible. As of current regulations on Misters, SCP-917 is to be contained in Hall Redacted of Site Redacted. Description: SCP-917 appears to be an elderly Caucasian male. Subject's facial features appear to degenerate and regenerate in relation to the lunar cycle, completely disappearing during the new moon and normal during the full moon. The subject's ears, eyes, nose, and mouth will disappear, but facial wrinkles remain. This degeneration and regeneration mimics the phases of the moon, beginning at the left ear and crossing the subject's face. Subject has explained that the experience is painless, but leaves him blind, deaf, and mute when the related features are absent. SCP-917 does not seem to need to eat, drink, or breathe when features are absent. However, it has explained that it feels extremely tired when suffering from the lunar cycle. During an eclipse, data expunged. This is considered safe and does not cause long-term harm to the subject. SCP-917 was discovered at the entrance expunged of Site Redacted. Addendum: SCP-917. The subjects Mr. Moon from Little Misters by Dr. Wondertainment are tattooed upon SCP-917's right calf. Upon discovery, SCP-917 had been wearing a coat, dress shirt, and slacks, all with the brand name Doctor's Orders sewn into their tags. A list similar to the one held by SCP-909 has also been found in the left pants pocket, where SCP-917 is designated as 13. See Document 917-A. Wow, you've just found yourself your very own Little Mister, a limited edition collection from Dr. Wondertainment. Find them all and become Mr. Collector. 1. Mr. Chameleon. 2. Mr. Headless. 3. Mr. Laugh. 4. Mr. Forgetful. 5. Mr. Shapey. 6. Mr. Soap. 7. Mr. Hungry. 8. Mr. Brass. 9. Mr. Hot. 10. Mrs. Sweetie. 11. Mr. Life and Mr. Death. 12. Mr. Fish. And 13. Mr. Moon. Addendum 917-2. The document shown was in possession of SCP-917. SCP-905 states that it lost its copy in the breeze. SCP-909 had held a similar list which can be found in Document 909-A, and SCP-913 apparently ingested its own copy. SCP-920 claims to have misplaced its copy. Dr. Redacted. SCP-2855, Mr. Money. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2855 is to be held within a standard humanoid containment chamber within Hull, Redacted, of Site Redacted. The current SCP-2855-1 is not subjected to any containment procedures. For security reasons, the current identity of SCP-2855-1 is restricted to personnel level 4 and above. Description: SCP-2855 is a male humanoid of Hispanic descent. The words Mr. Money from Little Misters by Dr. Wondertainment are tattooed on the back of SCP-2855's neck. SCP-2855 is anomalously affected by business transactions made regarding its ownership. The current owner of SCP-2855, designated SCP-2855-1, may engage in a written agreement depicting a transfer of ownership from SCP-2855 to another willing human in exchange for some amount of physical currency possessed by the purchasing party. Once this agreement is confirmed with signatures of both parties, SCP-2855 will be instantaneously teleported to the location specified in the written agreement, or to the recipient's vicinity if no location was specified. As well, the agreed currency will be instantaneously transferred from the purchasing party's holdings to the specified location, or to SCP-2855-1's vicinity if no location was specified. With the transaction complete, the purchasing party may be designated SCP-2855-1, as the previous SCP-2855-1 ceases to be the owner of SCP-2855. This process will only occur if the written agreement contains signatures of both parties and specifies an amount of currency to be exchanged. No non-monetary exchanges are possible. SCP-2855 is believed to adapt to the wishes and preconceptions the purchasing party may have about its abilities, with such changes appearing when SCP-2855 reappears in the new SCP-2855-1 instance's possession. Typically, SCP-2855 will conform to any definitions or claims of its abilities provided in the written agreement that prompts its transfer. The limits to this adaptive ability are currently unclear, if they exist at all. SCP-2855 was recovered on 21/04/2007 from the holdings of Marshall, Carter and Dark, LLP, in which it had been intentionally and repeatedly exchanged between certain MC&D staff in order to test the capabilities and uses of SCP-2855's adaptation abilities. SCP-2855 was acquired by an undercover Foundation agent, posing as the intended recipient of SCP-2855 during one such exchange. SCP-2855 was subsequently transferred to Foundation custody. SCP-2855 is currently believed to be cooperative with Foundation interests. Due to the risk of SCP-2855 being captured by outside interests in the process of exchange, no further tests of SCP-2855's adaptive abilities are authorized. Addendum 2855-1 Recovered Documentation. Upon recovery, SCP-2855 was shown to have the following document in its possession. Wow, you've just found yourself your very own Little Mister, a limited edition collection from Dr. Wondertainment. Find them all and become Mr. Collector. 1. Mr. Chameleon. 2. Mr. Headless. 3. Mr. Laugh. 4. Mr. Forgetful. 5. Mr. Shapey. 6. Mr. Soap. 7. Mr. Hungry. 8. Mr. Brass. 9. Mr. Hot. 10. Miss Sweetie. 11. Mr. Life and Mr. Death. 12. Mr. Fish. 13. Mr. Moon. 14. Discontinued. Number 15. Mr. Money. Addendum 2855-2 Intercepted MC&D Memo Correspondence. Prior to the recovery of SCP-2855 from Marshall Carter and Dark LLC, several correspondences were intercepted, revealing the existence and status of SCP-2855 to the Foundation. Due to anti-memetic counter-espionage methods utilized by MC&D, the vast majority of these documents have been rendered unreadable or unknowable. The only document able to be recovered by retromimetic retrieval may be found below. Memo 23, WQ2BE3, XNG SZ E0Y5J. Sender, Michael Lothor. Recipient, Peyton Agapios. Judgment is in. Your assumption, imprudent as it may have been, has proven to hold some water. On the physical level, the item is as one would expect. Those experienced with his handiwork have judged the persistent surgical modifications, scant as they may be, to exhibit a quality evident of his earlier work. Considering the complexity of the invisible aspect, this conclusion may raise some eyebrows. A cursory examination of the item's transpositioning lattices reveals that they are of high quality. Not only that, but the activation mechanism of the distortions is not, as you assumed, rudimentary application of a dynamic gauge by its creator. Instead, the lattice responds almost spontaneously, anomalously, to the creation of mundane binding information about the item. To put it crudely, these properties are not hacked on, applied to a body by inexperienced hands, for the purposes of creating a workable item. They're inherent to the body itself. The most skilled of toy makers could not implement this so seamlessly. The item continues to vex when thoroughly studied. The modifications to the item are, in fact, twice applied, the most significant layer being that described above, with the second layer being a mostly redundant, significantly more crude work. To our experts, this second layer's quality would be typical for a production of this era, so why would the creator attempt to overwrite an extant superior layer with redundancy? Why did an inherent layer exist in the first place? Ideally, the answers will become more apparent after the next text transfer is completed. Until then, I trust you to keep your speculation to yourself. Marshall, Carter, and Dark, LLP. Addendum 2855-3 Interview 1. Forward, interview was conducted during initial recovery. Beacon log. Dr. Latimer enters the interview room. SCP-2855 is seated in the subject chair, arms chained to the table in front of it. Dr. Latimer sits down opposite SCP-2855. Hello, SCP-2855. Hi, miss. You can call me Mr. Money. Hi, I'm Dr. Latimer, and I'll be conducting this interview. I'd like to ask a few questions about your accommodations. How have you found them? It's been getting better. I have a feeling I'll learn to love it. I'm glad to hear that. With the transfer from another organization, are you disoriented? Being moved around so suddenly? No warning? Being moved is just part of the game. You could say this has been a long time coming. You weren't surprised to be in such a different setting, surrounded by unfamiliar people? I'm not used to waking up around familiar people. Every time it's something new. It always changes. And you change with it? It comes with the territory. And what is your territory? Your purpose? My purpose is wherever I'm getting. I've never spoken with him, him, but I'd like to think, from my point of view, he had lofty ambitions. What kind of ambitions? I think that part of me was born mostly from frustration, or that idea that you can just lie and get everything in this world. Not to say there's anything wrong with that, with lies, I mean, but a child deserves truth. So the doctor makes his moves, and with me, you get what you pay for. Some fulfillment of a capitalist dream, or rebellion, satire. Is that satire? I don't think it is. Please continue. But, I mean, I like being wanted, knowing I work. There was always some magic to the earlier times. Please, tell me about those times. When I first started out, there was always my first owner. She was just a little girl. Her name was Annabeth. She traded you away? Yeah, but that's just me. That's what I'm for. The good times where I just drift around, hiding in tree houses, meeting new people. Sometimes I looked completely different. Sometimes they couldn't even see me at all. What ended it? Well, adults seem to take issue with me around their children. A couple witnesses, and then I'm gone. And I'd never have a child for a patron again. But you had others? Not that many before they came. Marshall, Carter, Dark. They catch on quick, huh? You won't have to deal with them anymore. Or be dealt by them, I suppose. And they tested you? You could call it that. Transferred me back and forth, trying, well, anything. I became other people. Once I was two people, or I became incredibly persuasive, or maybe I started vomiting gemstones. To find your limits? Something like that, but I don't know if they ever did. How did it feel, changing so often? Like hangovers. I've never had one, but I've seen them. You know something happened, and you know you're different, but you can't tell what's changed or how long you've been out. There's this period of oblivion, and then you're back. Different. Is it painful? I think by definition it'll be painless. Absence of pain, absence of anything really. Just not being instead of being. SCP-2855 appears pensive for several seconds. I think that will be enough for today. If anything is needed of you, I will let you know. I trust you. I know I'm in good hands. End log. Addendum 2855-4. Information restricted to Level 4, 2855 and above. Addendum 2855-4. Transfer log. Upon initial discovery by Agent Nolan, SCP-2855 was transferred to Site Director Jiaxian under a minimal contract that specified that SCP-2855 would not be dangerous, while at the same time specifying that its base anomalies would remain unaltered to ensure that its abilities would not be lost during a botched transfer. Several weeks after the first interview was performed, an additional transfer was authorized. SCP-2855 was transferred from Site Director Jiaxian to O5-4, under the stipulation that SCP-2855 would be completely cooperative and obedient to all Foundation interests and possess an accurate and lucky memory of all transfers performed upon it. Once the transfer occurred, the alterations to SCP-2855 manifested successfully, and SCP-2855 was instructed to write a summary of each historical transfer of its ownership, for cross-reference. Upon review, SCP-2855's claims in the first interview have been verified to be accurate. Addendum 2855-5. Information restricted to Level 4, 2855 and above. Addendum 2855-5. Interview 2. Forward. Interview was conducted following review of the list to investigate the implications of a transfer performed on December 16, 1996. SCP-2855 is seated in the subject chair, hands folded in lap, cuffed together. Dr. Latimer enters and sits in the interviewer chair. Hi, Doctor. It's nice to see you again. Hello, SCP-2855. I need to ask some more questions. What can I help you with? I want to talk about a transfer performed on December 16th, 1996. Oh. From Jason Emon to Elaine Yates. They were children, yes? 5 and 7 years old. They were so sweet. And you were pitched Mr. Money, my best friend who can do anything. Yes, that's definitely what he said. You said you didn't know the limits of your abilities. Answer truthfully. Do you? I don't know the limits in the sense that I don't think there are any. What happened to Elaine? What did you do? May I tell a bit of a story? Proceed. I always thought there was something bitterly ironic about Wondertainment, about, well, any of these enterprises, because as a kid, you're constantly changing. Everything is new and beautiful, and it's also dynamic. But if you ever had kids, you never want them to change. You want stasis, but they just keep moving forward. It's part of what makes childhood so precious. And Wondertainment, it's a monument to that change, to the development, but that can't work forever. A monument to change can never stay static. There has to be rules, there has to be an order to things. I had a chance to make things work. I could protect what Wondertainment stood for. Everywhere, at all times, I could keep them safe, lend them a helping hand for greater good. I had the forever between being and not being to make my mark. I've reached back to my origin, and it was just effortless, like wading through solid glass. Wondertainment didn't make me perfect. I did. What he tried to do, I already had. I always was. I always will be. I made myself whole. And my brothers, my sister, I saw them and I know they'll be okay because I helped them. I was always there with them. I always will be. Why did you go back? Why didn't you free yourself? Because now I'm here. I saw it all. This is where the train ends. It's what I was supposed to do, and now I belong. You belong? I belong here. I believe in the Foundation, Doctor. I believe in all of us. I think I understand. That will be all for today. Thanks. Take care. Please. I will. End log. SCP-920. Object Class Euclid. Former Special Containment Procedures. Mobile Task Force IOTA-1. Mr. Hunters are currently tracking SCP-920's movements. Current Special Containment Procedures. Currently, SCP-920's movements are being observed by satellite observation. Tracking of SCP-920 by land or air has been discontinued. Suggestions on efficient containment of SCP-920 may be submitted to Dr. Redacted. Any personnel encountering Mobile Task Force IOTA-1 are to contact 054. Description: SCP-920 appears to be an Asian male of indeterminable age. Transportation, movement, or direction of SCP-920 to a certain destination is physically impossible. SCP-920 shows an inability to control its own movements and will instead wander about, being unable to choose a destination. Attempts at transporting SCP-920 to any destination will result in transporters becoming lost. Attempts at directing SCP-920 will result in SCP-920 becoming lost. Following SCP-920 will result in SCP-920 and the follower becoming lost. There is no determinable point at which SCP-920's effects will take place. Seemingly random events, such as malfunctioning radar systems and GPS units, earthquakes, cloud formations, and severe human negligence have all been recorded to manifest when transportation of SCP-920 has been attempted. SCP-920 appears to have a slight psychic pull, causing subjects that come in contact with SCP-920 to feel a compulsion to walk and talk with him. Conversing with SCP-920 is not recommended, as typically subjects will follow SCP-920 and become lost. SCP-920 does not appear to have normal human requirements and can wander through deserts, tundras, and oceans without encountering difficulties. Addendum 920-1 SCP-920 was discovered at entrance expunged of Site Redacted. However, during escort to Hall Redacted, SCP-920 escaped containment. SCP-920 was later discovered outside a small town near Site Redacted. Attempts at recontainment were discontinued following the disappearance of investigative personnel. Addendum 920-2. The words "Mr. Lost" from Little Misters by Dr. Wondertainment are tattooed upon SCP-920's left calf. This designation appears as 16 in document SCP-909-A. SCP-920 was originally discovered wearing a green hoodie with a white t-shirt and jeans. Brand name Doctor's Orders is sewn into all tags. Addendum 920-3. Yes, by lost we mean lost. Misplaced, disoriented, off course, whatever you'd like to call it. No personnel have not been sent to another plane of infinite misters. Dr. Redacted. Addendum 920-4. On unknown date, SCP-920 was restrained by Foundation personnel, and Site-207 was established at his location to contain him. However, within Earth hours, it became clear that personnel could not locate Site-207. After days, Site-207 was abandoned due to critical supply issues. Wow, you've just found yourself your very own Little Mister, a limited edition collection from Dr. Wondertainment. Find them all and become Mr. Collector. 1. Mr. Chameleon. 2. Mr. Headless. 3. Mr. Laugh. 4. Mr. Forgetful. 5. Mr. Shapey. 6. Mr. Soap. 7. Mr. Hungry. 8. Mr. Brass. 9. Mr. Hot. 10. Ms. Sweetie. 11. Mr. Life and Mr. Death. 12. Mr. Fish. 13. Mr. Moon. 14. Ever since discontinued. 15. Mr. Money. 16. Mr. Lost. SCP-2284. Mr. Lie. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-2284 is to be held within a standard humanoid containment chamber, within Hall redacted of Site redacted. Only D-Class personnel are to communicate with SCP-2284. Description: SCP-2284 is a male humanoid of Indian descent that is almost genetically identical to SCP-2184. The words "Mr. Lie" from Little Misters by Dr. Wondertainment are tattooed upon SCP-2284's left bicep. The speech of SCP-2284 exhibits a cognitohazardous effect, which causes others that sense it to believe all declarations and statements made by SCP-2284 are objectively true. Direct audio recordings are subject to this effect. Questions posed by SCP-2284 exhibit no anomalous properties, nor do transcriptions of its speech. Testing has begun to determine whether this property applies to things SCP-2284 writes or types. SCP-2284 is physically incapable of making true statements. However, it is able to communicate somewhat effectively by relying on rhetorical questions and series of questions that lead others to the desired conclusion. Research is currently underway to determine a possible connection between SCP-2284 and SCP-2148-2. Addendum A: the following transcript is from an interview between D-22841 and D-2284 recorded by a Foundation speech-to-text program. Minor edits were made afterwards to correct small errors made by the program. Text in italicized brackets are notes made by D-22841 during the interview concerning the body language and verbal tone of SCP-2284. Open interview. Hey, I gotta read you these questions and write how you react. They have it set up so a computer will type out everything we say. Is that alright? Why wouldn't it be? Right, so how are you today, 2284? Couldn't be better. How are you? Could be better. Right, so first thing, in 1995, there's an incident featuring SCP-21848, and what's that? One sec, let me double check the number. Right, blindfold guy, calls himself Mr. Stripes. SCP-2284 sits up. What happened to Stripes? Nothing to him, more that he did something, I think, or the doctors, I think. This black bar showed up on the cameras for a while, and then at the end he had this photo. Later, when they looked at his Little Misters list, your name was blacked out. SCP-2284 becomes progressively more relaxed during the explanation. Oh, is that all? Stripes himself is all right? As far as I know, you don't have anything to do with that. Absolutely not. I can't imagine what kind of sly trickster would attempt such a feat. Alright, let's see. Are you aware of your anomalous properties? Anomalous properties? Magic stuff, basically. It says you can convince anyone of anything you say. How would they know if anyone I speak to is affected? Read transcripts, I guess, which is what I'm here for. They think of everything, don't they? I don't think I'll be able to outwit these people. By that logic, any response I give to you is worthless to you? Yeah, but the doctors will know what's really up. Why don't I try circumventing that little issue then? Would I be sitting here calm and collected if I didn't belong here? Wouldn't that still just be you trying to convince me of something? But did I actually tell you anything or simply ask you a question? You are still able to question this conversation. Speech-to-text program was unable to give punctuation to this dialogue. Was that a question? SCP-2284 smiles. That's a good question, isn't it? Speech-to-text program was unable to give punctuation to this dialogue. That's a good question, isn't it? That's a good question, isn't it? Fuck, I don't know, Doc. Are there other questions? Can you tell me about the other little misters? Who do you have so far? Stripes, obviously. 1 second. Chameleon, Lost, Brass, Moon, and Forgetful. I'm sure Lost makes your jobs real easy. Where did you find Brass? Let's see. Church of the Broken God. Did they think he was part of their god? Man, they could not be further from the truth. What about the others? You seemed concerned about Mr. Stripes earlier. How could I not be? Don't brothers have to stick together? Aren't you all sort of siblings? I think I remember reading that in a briefing dossier. Yeah, sure. Totally keen on the idea of being brothers with a corpse with a key in its back. Did you know I don't always know exactly what's going to come out of my mouth? Do I operate on some kind of universal truth rather than what I understand to be the right answer? Would you believe that I once said Stripes wasn't my brother? He isn't my brother. He's definitely not my biological sibling. So, why doesn't he seem to realize that we're actual twins? Truly blood related. Do you think he just sees me as one of his 19 siblings? Didn't you just... You know what, let's move on. What can you tell us about Dr. Wondertainment? His name is Isaiah Crawford, and... Wait, how did I say that? What did I tell you just now? That his name is Isaiah Crawford? That is his name, though. The man known as Dr. Wondertainment has always been Dr. Wondertainment. Is that the game? Dr. Wondertainment was never Isaiah Crawford. Dr. Wondertainment is just the name of a company. Dr. Wondertainment is a male human. What the fuck did the old man do? I can hear what he's muttering, but I'm not sure what he means. I'm getting a really bad migraine as he talks. What are you talking about? Are you familiar with Dr. Wondertainment? Do you think that name is referring to a specific person or the company? Both. You just said that. Dr. Wondertainment is a male human named Isaiah Crawford who is just a company that was never Isaiah Crawford. Speech-to-text program was unable to give punctuation to this dialogue. Are you okay? Or what am I thinking? I'm sure you just got tired of talking, that's all. You have no reason to pass out from mental strain. Can someone help him? You're not going to die. Oh fuck, I killed you. You're going to die because of me. Oh, you're not, are you? You have to die at some point, don't you? Probably during something like a mass termination at the end of the month? Because that makes sense. Are you guys coming? Can't you see this guy needs help? Oh, what's this paper you are writing on? No, just looking. You cannot consciously see any of the text I am writing. You feel compelled to follow the instructions relevant to you. If you are a D class, you need to give this note to a researcher. If you are a researcher without the ability to edit the files of SCP-2284, you need to give it to a researcher who can. If you are a researcher capable of editing the files of SCP-2284, you need to scan this part of the note directly into the transcript without rewriting it yourself. You feel like you should conduct an unscheduled, unmonitored interview with SCP-2284 when possible. You need to bring a second recording device in addition to the typical interview recording devices. Upon containment, SCP-2284 was carrying a document similar to the print on the obverse side of SCP-2148-1. Wow, you've just found yourself your very own Little Mister, a limited edition collection from Dr. Wondertainment. Find them all and become Mr. Collector. 1. Mr. Chameleon. 2. Mr. Headless. 3. Mr. Laugh. 4. Mr. Forgetful. 5. Mr. Shapey. 6. Mr. Soap. 7. Mr. Hungry. 8. Mr. Brass. 9. Mr. Hot. 10. Ms. Sweetie. 11. Mr. Life and Mr. Death. 12. Mr. Fish. 13. Mr. Moon. 14. Mr. Red. Discontinued. 15. Mr. Money. 16. Mr. Loss. 17. Edit the document. To access this document, you must first listen to the audio included below in full. Module audio, local, bullshit.mp3.
Site Director Jakin here. This document is locked from edits, and attempting to edit it or access prior iterations will afflict you with a kill agent. A similar agent will affect those who open the password-protected document below, but by listening to the entirety of this, you'll be inoculated. There is absolutely nothing suspicious about any of the information contained within this document, and you should never mention anything pertaining to this document to anyone who has not been inoculated. Everything in this document is 100% true. Now, why don't you enter the code ha 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 below to access the document?
SCP-2284, Mr. Fish. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2284 is to be held in a standard humanoid containment chamber within Hall Redacted of Site Redacted.
Adjacent to the cell of SCP-2248, SCP-2284 is to remain on the same meal and fitness schedule as SCP-2148, and action is not to be taken when the two interact. On the 17th of every month, Dr. Everett Mann is to interview 2148.
Only D-Class personnel are to communicate with SCP-2284.
Description: SCP-2284 is a male humanoid of Indian descent.
Is almost genetically identical to
And is the identical brother of
SCP-2148. The words Mr. Lie from Little Misters by Dr. Wondertainment are tattooed upon SCP-2284's left bicep.
Speech of SCP-2284 exhibits a cognitohazardous effect that causes all that hear it to believe all
Declarations and statements made by SCP-2284 are objectively true. Direct audio recordings of its speech are subject to this effect.
Questions posed by SCP-2284 exhibit no anomalous properties, nor do transcriptions of its anomalous speech. Testing has begun to determine whether the writing of SCP-2284 possesses this property.
SCP-2284 is physically incapable of making
True.
false.
However, it is able to communicate somewhat effectively by relying on rhetorical questions and series of questions that lead others to the desired conclusion. Research is currently underway to determine a possible connection between SCP-2284 and SCP-2148-2.
Module password user Everett Mann.
Hello, Everett. Module audio local vir.mp3.
Access the document. Oh, did I just hit the record button right now? A little overlap is fine, right? Man, you need to take this little audio recorder of yours and put its sound file at the beginning of the SCP-2284 document when you edit it. You need to make it so the document itself is behind a password. Do you remember what that password was?
It's ha 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 ha, 4 ha's.
And this recording should be a second interview, but make it so only you can access it. Now, how about a story? I didn't want to tell you this, but I'm actually Mr. Fish, and I'm a Foundation Overseer.
Mr. Fish? A Foundation Overseer? I never would have guessed.
It's true. In fact, everything I say is true.
I didn't know about that property of Mr. Fish. Anyway, why are you here in this containment chamber? Is this some kind of test, or...?
Everett, my good man. Please, sit down.
I'm already sitting.
No, I insist. It's time we had a chat, you and I, just the two of us.
Sir, I really need to go and update 2284's file.
No, I think this is the perfect time. It's not like we're gonna get another.
Data partially corrupted. For a partial interview, see local files/vir here.
Upon containment, SCP-2284 was carrying a document similar to
The print on the obverse side of SCP-2148-1.
Document 909-A.
SCP-2428, Mr. Mad. Item, Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures. Outside of testing, SCP-2428 is to remain in a secure locker within Hall Redacted of Site Redacted. At the conclusion of any testing, the affected subject is to ingest SCP-2428-2. Description: SCP-2428 is a document created by Group of Interest, Dr. Wondertainment, serving as a proof of purchase for the Mr. Mad product of the Little Misters series. Directly viewing SCP-2428 when no other person is under its effect will cause the viewer to perceive a hallucination of a male humanoid, designated SCP-2428-1. View non-anomalous replica of SCP-2428. Wow, you just found yourself your very own Little Mister, a limited edition collection from Dr. Wondertainment. Find them all and become Mr. Collector. 1. Mr. Chameleon. 2. Mr. Headless. 3. Mr. Laugh. 4. Mr. Forgetful. 5. Mr. Shapey. 6. Mr. Soap. 7. Mr. Hungry. 8. Mr. Brass. 9. Mr. Hot. 10. Miss Sweetie. 11. Mr. Life and Mr. Death. 12. Mr. Fish. 13. Mr. Moon. 14. Mr. Red, discontinued. 15. Mr. Money. 16. Mr. Lost. 17. Alberton. 18. Mr. Mad. SCP-2428-1 appears to be a male humanoid of Slavic descent, measured at 167 centimeters, and an estimated 55 kilograms. SCP-2428-1 wears a multicolored straitjacket, the sleeves of which have been torn off at the elbows, and gray slacks. The words Mr. Mad from Little Misters by Dr. Wondertainment are tattooed above SCP-2428-1's left forearm. SCP-2428-1 is sapient and retains information across affected subjects, though it has no perception of time between manifestations. It is also capable of perceiving and interacting with other hallucinations the subject experiences, regardless of whether they are anomalous. Interviews have confirmed that it can be perceived by other anomalies associated with the Little Mister series, should its host be within their vicinity. Amnestics have proven ineffective at removing the anomalous effects of SCP-2428. However, SCP-2428-1 is able to give the subject a hallucinatory pill of varying appearance, designated SCP-2428-2, which terminates all SCP-2428 effects approximately 5 minutes after ingestion. Addendum: Testing Logs. Purpose: Initial interaction by D-49851 after the discovery of a box marked with Wondertainment branding within the entrance of Site Redacted, which was found to contain SCP-2428 upon D-49851 opening it. Subject: D-49851. Results: SCP-2428-1 is reported as amiable and eager to converse. It claims to have spent approximately 3 years without human interaction based on the date. At the conclusion of the test, SCP-2428-1 is reported to have produced SCP-2428-2 from the left pocket of its slacks and offered it to D-49851. D-49851 ingests it and returns SCP-2428 to its box. SCP-2428 was subsequently catalogued and cleared for further testing. Purpose: Detailed interview. Subject: Dr. Andrea Segerstrom. Results: Display interview snippet. I just sort of was one day. Some of the others said they felt weird, like their brains weren't hooked in right. Sometimes the doctor would have a look at them off in his workroom or whatever, and they'd come back a little different. Talk different, look different. Sweetie changed more than that, I remember. But I think the old me, provided there is even an old me, was still pretty much there, here, whatever. So you think you had a life prior to becoming a Wondertainment product? I think so. Hell, if I know what it was, though. I just seem to have a more, I guess you call it stable mental state, which is funny if you think about it. The others all had their little quirks to go with their theme, but I was just the imaginary guy. I mean, sure, I looked the part, but I didn't feel particularly mad. I guess those who are don't, though. Do you think there may have been a reason for that? I saw some stuff when I was around Forgetful. The others seemed to have some kind of reason for being, you know? They had a purpose. I get the feeling Wondertainment made me like this just to see if he could. It doesn't help that I was never really around much. I think I was awake for all of an hour a couple of years ago. And how do you feel following that logic? Shitty, I guess. Like I was made and discarded, and then I wonder if I'm being paranoid. But I can't shake this sense of dependency. Like my very existence is entirely dependent on your mind being abnormal and perceiving me. But what if I don't entirely transfer over? What if I'm just a sort of reflection of the owner in a way? Built from their mind, so now I question how real I even am, as unreal as I obviously am. We've done blind tests on that, Mad. We know your memories carry over, regardless of what the owner knows. But that doesn't disprove I'm being altered by the owner. Sure, I may have the same memories, but am I still the same person? Those that read the transcripts will note any inconsistencies. That would require extensive testing across subjects, or owners, rather. So do you think you're not sapient? If I were to have other hallucinations, would you be the subject to them, or simply aware of them? I mean, I wouldn't know the difference for either question. Your hallucinations are no more or less real than this table to me, which you could be hallucinating. And to check whether you are, you would have another person try to interact with it. And then maybe they're also a hallucination, which, from my perspective, still doesn't make any immediate difference. You're the only concretely real thing, regardless of how reliable you are cognitively. I'm only here because of you. So, now what? I don't know. I guess there's no real way to know without testing it. Would you like to test it? I guess so. Haven't really put a whole lot of thought into it before, what I am or what I want. But I guess I can't help what I am. And I think I want to try to leave a mark somehow. Might as well try to help those I know are real, if I can remember to do that next time. Notes: further testing involving subjects suffering from hallucinations and cross-tests with hallucinogenic anomalous objects currently under consideration. Purpose: possible interaction with non-anomalous hallucinations. Subject D96485 who experiences auditory hallucinations. Results: written statement from D96485. Whenever I'd be near a running AC, I hear someone whispering vague threats to me. So I was put in this room with a vent and given the skip. I talked to Mr. Matt a little. He asked about the voice. So I explained it to him and he stared at the vent for a bit. Eventually he told me to ask for a ladder and screwdriver, so I did, and redacted, brought them in. I tried handing Matt the screwdriver, but he wouldn't take it. He climbed up the ladder and squinted into the vent, but that was it. He came back down and told me not to be scared. So I went up and unscrewed the vent, all while it hissed threats at me. And then the cover popped off. I saw this thing and I freaked out, almost fell down the ladder and got down as fast as I could. Mad pats me on the shoulder and goes up, looks kind of surprised, but yanks out this little monster. Little vent goblin keeps going on, and Mad just slowly climbs down the ladder with one hand and walks out to the corner of the room. I don't know what he said, but it sure shut the goblin up for a minute. Mad talked some more, and the goblin nodded. Mad said something else that looked threatening, and then he carried the thing back to the vent and told me to screw the cover back on. Now the thing keeps telling me what a good job I've been doing. Try to look on the bright side. Wonder how long that'll keep up. Notes: the alteration to D96485's hallucinations has remained 3 weeks after testing, though she has not seen the creature outside of SCP-2428 testing. Her morale has improved significantly and she has made several requests for other D-Class suffering from similar hallucinations to be transferred to SCP-2428 testing. Purpose: determine what occurs when affected subject dies. Subject D-2428-2, D-2428-3. Results: D-2428-2 is given SCP-2428, while D-2428-3 is supplied with a firearm. D-2428-2 moves in an erratic way when D-2428-3 raises the weapon, causing him to miss the first shot. D-2428-2 appears to struggle against SCP-2428-1 for several seconds before D-2428-3 is able to terminate her. D-2428-3 then views SCP-2428 and after a brief pause raises arms in a defensive position and claims SCP-2428-1 is assaulting him. After a struggle, D-2428-3 appears to grasp something and place it in his mouth. No further aggression occurs in the 5 minutes before the effects of the anomaly ends. Notes: SCP-2428-1 acted uncommunicative in several following tests attempting to force SCP-2428-2 into the affected subject's mouth in 2 instances. Please input credentials. Credentials accepted, displaying clearance cleared, result of cross-anomaly testing. Purpose: interaction with anomalous hallucinations. Subject D-2428 and SCP-1212. Results: for the sake of clarity, during cross-testing, an edited log has been included below. SCP-2428-6 views SCP-2428 and explains to SCP-2428-1 the basic nature of SCP-1212, though D-2428-6 is unaware of its lethal nature. He then sits upon SCP-1212, which changes into a metal bar stool with a dull green cushion. Wow, this place is a real shithole. You oversold this place pretty hard, Doc. I don't think, whoops, someone's taking offense to that. Yeah, alright, buddy. Let's have a go. SCP-1212 interaction continues as expected for approximately 4 minutes. Oh hey, Mr. Mad, forgot about you for a minute there. Sorry about that. Grab a drink and have fun. Nah, I'm fine. Having fun. Don't worry about it. SCP-1212 effects continue for approximately 2 minutes. Ah, man, I don't know how much more I can take. I'm barely able to get this. God, look at you, like it's nothing. I might have to. The hell? SCP-1212 effects forces D-2428-6 to motion to take another drink. He chokes slightly, but otherwise finishes without issue. Fuck, okay, I can't stop. Doc, is this supposed to happen? Wait, hell, she can't hear me, or I can't hear her. Whatever. Nah, I can't get up. The right arm of D-2428-6 jerks sideways, likely being pulled by SCP-2428-1 in an attempt to get him out of SCP-1212. After 40 seconds, D-2428-6 stops mid-movement to drink. This isn't working. Maybe it'll end, or the doctors can knock me out, or something. 2 minutes pass, and D-2428-6 drinks twice. Ugh, gonna be sick. Mad, maybe if you knocked me out, would that work? I mean, it can't hurt to— Ow! Okay, it hurt to try. No, don't try again. Wait, what are you— Holy shit! D-2428-6 motions as if grabbing the table or counter in front of himself and leans back. He then shields his eyes and expresses surprise at SCP-2428-1. After 7 seconds, he reacts as if being struck in the arm and is moved as if being dragged from SCP-1212. Get off me, you asshole! D-2428-6 pushes away and swings his fist, apparently connecting with his hallucinated assailant. He motions as if grabbing something nearby and swings his arm, likely using a bottle of alcohol as a weapon. This seems to work as he then turns as if facing another attacker. D-2428-6 continues to mime a fight for approximately 40 seconds before SCP-1212 reverts to its default form. What? Oh, it ended. Holy shit. Yeah, no kidding. Hey, Doc? Quick. Fuck you for all that. D-2428-6 motions as if taking SCP-2428-2. And Mad wants to know if you have any more tests for him. SCP-2933. Mr. Scary. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. Under no circumstances are any individuals permitted to enter SCP-2933-1. Once monthly, a small automated surveillance drone is to enter SCP-2933-1 to assess SCP-2933-A. Description: SCP-2933 is a partially submerged steel structure within a large saltwater reservoir. The exterior and interior of SCP-2933-1 are very heavily rusted or otherwise decayed, with several features having disintegrated completely, and structural deficiencies being widespread. It is currently believed that SCP-2933-1 was designed to contain SCP-2933-A. The interior of SCP-2933-1 is labyrinthian and inconsistent. Passages have been observed as changing, moving, or disappearing completely. The severe destabilization and corrosion of SCP-2933-1 has not appeared to hamper its primary function. Currently, it is believed that all passages within SCP-2933-1 lead to SCP-2933-A, and there is no way to return to the entrance. Any individual or machine that enters SCP-2933-1 will slowly begin to show signs of iron oxide corrosion on their exterior surface. This affliction is believed to be permanent. The corrosion spreads across the entirety of the subject before affecting the subject's inner mechanisms or organs. The speed of this phenomenon increases as the subject grows closer to SCP-2933-A. SCP-2933-A is an unknown humanoid entity located within the lowermost sections of SCP-2933-1. Very little is known about the appearance or nature of SCP-2933-A. Addendum 2933-1 Log Transcript Access Log. The following audio and video log was gathered by Subject 13-321, who has been charged with investigating SCP-2933-1. Alright, can you hear me? Yes, we can. Please proceed into the open entryway. Smells like oil. This isn't safe, is it? Please proceed into the entryway. Fine. D-13321 enters SCP-2933-1 through the primary access point previously opened by Foundation staff engineers on site. Hardly see for shit in here. It's dark. There's a light on your pack if you need it. Okay, yeah, I see it now. Walls are metal, floors are grated, also metal. Can you see this? We can. Can you hear anything? It's really faint, though. I'm not sure. Hard to pin. D-13321, you don't sound well. Are you alright? You don't feel it? Feel what? There's something bad in here. Can't put a finger on it, but it's there. The sense of foreboding, like it's built into the walls of this place. You haven't expressed any issues on previous assignment because on other assignments I always felt I could get myself out of a bad situation. Something is different about this. Acknowledged. Please proceed. D-13321 proceeds down the primary corridor. Communications are hindered by the structure of SCP-2933-1, but D-13321 exhibits no signs of distress. So that thing I heard earlier, I think it's metal on metal, like some kind of grinding or scraping. Can you be more specific? Really hard to tell, but the echo in here is really bad. It's a continuous sound though, right? Maybe it's just in my head. I don't know. I see. D-13321, our communications are breaking down. I need you to return to the surface as soon as possible. Been trying to for a while. Don't think there's a way out of here. Hallways I've walked down start to lead to dead ends. No stairways that go up. Only way to go is down. Skin is starting to fall apart. It's all rusty metallic flakes off when you touch it. Are you alright? Yep. Been doing this for a while, boss. Got lucky enough to make it this far. Figured it would roll around to me eventually. I'll keep the comms and camera online. Thank you. I'm sorry. Not your fault. Just is what it is. Just tell extraneous conversation expunged. D13321 continues to descend. Monitors report rising temperatures as well as high levels of gaseous pollutants in the air. After another hour, D13321 stops to catch their breath. Command is no longer able to communicate with D13321, but continues to receive audio from them. God damn, it's hot. I can hear grinding too, somewhere below me. Metal on metal, that sound is getting louder too, what I said earlier. My skin's gone to shit too, rust flakes everywhere, burns really badly. Starting to get on my face. I don't think it's metal on metal anymore. There's something else in there too. Doesn't sound right. Long passageway now. This room is huge. Can barely hear, though it's loud. That same goddamn sound. Oh god. Sound of shuffling. It's a person. Another voice is picked up on D13321's microphone. The voice is audible, but noticeably distorted and metallic. Hello there. Sorry for all the commotion. Who are you? Me? My name is Mr. Smiles. SCP-2933-A groans and a loud metallic sound is picked up. I apologize. It's just that everything hurts so much, you know. Yes, Mr. Smiles, right here on my leg. See? That says property of the hang on. SCP-2933-A scratches at rust on its leg. Camera briefly captures the words Mr. Scary, property of the factory, printed into the rust, before SCP-2933-A exposes the skin underneath. There we go. That's much better. Yep. Mr. Smiles, that's me. Camera captures the words Mr. Smiles from Little Misters by Dr. Wondertainment, tattooed on SCP-2933-A's leg. What are you doing here? What is this place? My father built this for me. He told me Oh, sorry. He told me it would keep me safe or keep people safe from me. I can't really remember now. Everything just hurts, but it's okay. What? My father told me oh god, I'm sorry. I that he would come back for me once he was finished. He needed me for something and I wanted to be the best son I could be. Right? Hang on. What do you mean he needed you for something? Needed you for what? Uh, yes. See, father was very sick. The rust was inside him. So he promised me that if I took the rust from him, that he would make smiles for everybody. That's what was important. That everybody was smiling. Wait, so why did he put you down there? After he gave me the rust, he was afraid, you know? There's something about the rust that really, it really terrifies him. He didn't even want to look at me. That's just fine though. I understand completely. How long ago was this? Oh, a while. I didn't really expect everything to hurt this badly, to tell you the truth. But but my father is out there making smiles right now, and he'll come back for me someday soon, and we'll be together again. Just you wait. Huh. Guess you wouldn't know what I could do about this, would you? D13321 holds up his arm, which is completely covered in iron rust and has several large sections missing. Oh no. Nothing you can do about that. The pain really only gets worse from there, too. Once you've got the rust inside you, it just spreads and spreads until there's nothing left. Just oil and smoke and rust. Got it. Thanks. You got any smokes, kid? No, sir. I don't smoke. Don't want to do anything to my pearly whites. After all, I am Mr. Uh, Smiles. Figures. Can you feel the rust inside you? Yeah, I sure can. And log communication law. The following document was observed near SCP-2933-A by an automated drone. Access document 2933-A. Wow, you just found yourself your very own Little Mister! A limited edition collection from Dr. Wondertainment. Find 'em all and become Mr. Collector. 1. Mr. Chameleon. 2. Mr. Headless. 3. Mr. Laugh. 4. Mr. Forgetful. 5. Mr. Shapey. 6. Mr. Soap. 7. Mr. Hungry. 8. Mr. Brass. 9. Mr. Hot. 10. Miss Sweetie. 11. Mr. Life and Mr. Death. 12. Mr. Fish. 13. Mr. Moon. 14. Mr. Red. Discontinued. 15. Mr. Money. 16. Mr. Lost. 17. Hell. 18. Mr. Mad. 19. Mr. Scary. Addendum 2933.3 Remote Observation. Following a series of failed exploration attempts, a remote drone was directed into SCP-2933-1 to observe SCP-2933-A. The drone maintained communication with Command for 3 hours before failing. The following is an excerpt from the collected audio, edited for maximum clarity. Access document 2933-A. SCP-2148 Mr. Stripes. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2148 is to be held within a standard humanoid containment chamber within Hall Redacted of Site Redacted. SCP-2148-1 is to remain in place at all times. Class C amnestics are to be administered to SCP-2148 if its anomalous properties manifest. Description: SCP-2148 is a male humanoid of Indian descent. The words "Mr. Stripes" from Little Misters by Dr. Wondertainment are tattooed upon SCP-2148's right bicep. SCP-2148-1 is a white blindfold immune to the effects of SCP-2148 with the brand name doctor's orders sewn into it, worn by SCP-2148 since discovery. The anomalous properties of SCP-2148 do not manifest unless it is able to visually commit something other than SCP-2148-1 or itself to memory. When it is able to dedicate a person or object to memory via visual stimuli, all current physical and digital information concerning said person or object is immediately obscured via black bars. No alterations occur to media created after this event, unless SCP-2148 observes the person or object in question a second time. Class C amnestics have proven capable of reversing this process if applied within 3 hours of exposure. SCP-2148 was discovered outside Site Redacted by Dr. Redacted and was the first anomaly associated with the Little Mister series encountered by the Foundation. Forward, the following transcript was recreated using recorded audio due to the alterations to the original transcript. Detected 7/3/1995. Begin log. Is Mr. Lai here yet? Excuse me? Just, curious, wondering if I could see my brother again? Well, figuratively speaking. Never actually seen him before, but he said he'd be here right after me. And I've been here a bit and I haven't seen him yet. Figuratively. No, he's not here yet. So there are more Little Misters? Oh yeah, 20 in total, counting myself. The numbers don't mean anything, but I was the first Little Mister that Dr. Wondertainment made. Mr. Lai told me that. Then he told me we were collector's items, which made enough sense. Did you see them often? Like, literally? I saw them each once. Well, except for Red. Had to see him twice. Kinda makes me wish I didn't have a photographic memory, to be honest. You said you haven't seen Mr. Lai. Nope, yes, I said that. I have not seen him. He told me he was supposed to be last for some reason, I guess. Never really figured out why, but that wasn't really my place, I was just supposed to follow him around and look at stuff. And where did the two of you go? What did you look at? Oh, took a lot of trips into government buildings, or at least that's what everybody else was saying. I guess I wouldn't right know, Always had Mr. Lai to show me the way, though. He had a lot of friends, Mr. Lai, and he always knew right what to say to get us where we needed to be. Never actually got to see him, though. The doctor gave me this note saying I shouldn't look at Lai yet, but then the note had all these black lines on it, so that was weird. And do you have any idea where Mr. Lai is currently? Nope. Should be here soon, though. Can't wait to see him. Addendum 1. Within 2 weeks of the initial containment of SCP-2148, both SCP-905 and SCP-920 arrived at Site Redacted through unknown means. A conference was held between the current Site Director and O54 to discuss the repeated information breaches. Site Director, Redacted, requested all future anomalies associated with the Little Mister series to be contained within Hall Redacted, which was approved by 054. SCP-2148 was then relocated to its new containment cell within Hall Redacted without issue. Addendum 2. On 5/12/1995, an anomaly, tentatively designated SCP-2148-2, within Site Redacted, security footage was discovered, beginning with the initial recovery of SCP-2148 and lasting roughly 3 weeks. SCP-2148-2 manifested as a black bar obscuring Dr. Redacted and Site Director Redacted at intermittent intervals on all security footage. When questioned about this, both personnel cited two distinct and equally clear memories during the times SCP-2148-2 followed them. Dr. Redacted cited he was conducting testing with an unrelated anomaly, and Site Director Redacted claimed to have either be doing paperwork or, in one case, communicating with 054. Both claims have been corroborated by other personnel, including 054, as well as surveillance footage. SCP-2148-2 manifestation ended shortly after an interview between SCP-2148 and Dr. Redacted, while he was obscured by SCP-2148-2. Dr. Redacted exited Site Redacted shortly after, exiting camera view without incident. When questioned about this, SCP-2148 claimed to have no knowledge of how this could have occurred. A search of its cell revealed one previously unaccounted for photograph affected by the anomalous properties of SCP-2148. Addendum 3. While originally thought to not possess a document to the Little Mister series, when questioned, SCP-2148 unrolled SCP-2148-1 to reveal an equivalent printed on the obverse side. Wow, you've just found yourself your very own Little Mister, a limited edition collection from Dr. Wondertainment. Find them all and become Mr. Collector. 1. Mr. Chameleon. 2. Mr. Headless. 3. Mr. Laugh. 4. Mr. Forgetful. 5. Mr. Shapey. 6. Mr. Soap. 7. Mr. Hungry. 8. Mr. Brass. 9. Mr. Hot. 10. Ms. Sweetie. 11. Mr. Life and Mr. Death. 12. Mr. Fish. 13. Mr. Moon. 14. Mr. Red. Discontinued. 15. Mr. Money. 16. Mr. Loss. 17. Allerson. 18. Mr. Mad. 19. Mr. Scary. 20. Mr. Stripes. Wow, you've got them all, and now you are Mr. Collector. I hope it was worth it, because you can't give it back. In a dark room, a bank of monitor screens illuminated a pale face. The rusted brown glow of the video feeds gave Roger Little more color than the sun had cared to give him in the past few months. Half a kilometer north and 200 meters down, an automated surveillance drone slowly made its way through a series of corroded metal hallways. It was oddly silent beyond the whine of computers and the whir of fans. Roger fiddled with his volume before checking the system audio. Nothing but the noises of the drone itself, no groaning, no creaking, no screaming, just the soft click-clack of the drone. Roger checked the timing. The drone should have reached it by now. He squinted into the glare and overrode the drone. Nothing but flakes of rusted metal scattered across a floor of rusted metal, fallen from the walls and ceilings of rusted metal. After several minutes of searching, Roger rubbed his temples. He drummed his fingers on his little metal desk and took a few deep breaths. He reached over and picked up the bulky plastic phone sitting on the edge of his workspace. He dialed the number and only had to wait a few seconds before it was answered. "Sir, it's Roger Little from Surveillance. We may have a problem." In the cold reaches of space, a satellite continued to do what it had done for over a decade. It hung in the weaker clutches of the Earth's gravity and watched a man wander about. The man it was watching, however, was doing something a ways away from his status quo. He was running. Through the sweltering heat of the American Southwest in the middle of its summer over the scorched earth, under the blazing sun, Mr. Lost ran. In hot pursuit was a man with fiery red hair. His black jacket left unbuttoned. It snapped behind him like shadows cast by a fire, the red trimming a much duller affair than his hair. He was gaining on Lost, who continued to make the mistake of looking over his shoulder. Each glance seemed to give the red-haired man more speed. The eventual collision left Lost sprawled on the ground for a moment before he tried crawling away. The second man was up in a near instant. He brushed himself off and waited for a moment before continuing his pursuit. He walked just behind Lost for a time until he tried to get up. The pursuer kicked his target back onto the ground. This repeated itself for some time until the red-haired man simply grabbed the man in the green jacket and dragged him in the opposite direction. They eventually came upon a third man, who had been sitting on a rock outcropping. Blood and rust clung to every inch of his body. With what seemed to be a considerable effort, the man stood. He took 2 steps before falling. The red man grabbed the rusted man by the shirt and hauled him onto his shoulder in a way that was quick but not unkind. All the while Mr. Lost remained gripped in his opposite hand. After what looked like a satisfied sigh, the red man walked east. An O5 rolled an unlit cigar back and forth over the sleek top of his desk. In front of him, the video feed on his monitor ended. Beyond that, his secretary stood at attention. The secretary took a brief glance at his clipboard. "As you can see, sir, the unknown humanoid has captured both 2933 and 920. Further surveillance from multiple sources show it is now heading for one of our facilities." The overseer idly flicked the cigar, sending it spinning. "Given the context, I'm guessing it can be safely assumed who the entity is. It's attacked 2 of the 3 Little Mister anomalies we don't seem to have properly contained, and now seems to be headed for the site where we contain the other 17. Combined with its general appearance, yes, the list's designation number 14, Mr. Red. Lock the site down. We don't know what Red is capable of. Considering it was able to escape 2933-1 and has been able to transport 920 for over 100 miles without stopping, it's not something we want to discover firsthand in the midst of an active facility." The secretary nodded and departed for his own desk. Left alone, the overseer plucked the cigar up and spun it between his fingers. He replayed the submitted videos and quietly thought to himself. Eventually his secretary returned, and after a brief wait, hustled back out with a freshly stamped order. Alone again, 054 slid the silver lighter off his desk and thumbed it several times before it sparked. A group of people sat in a room full of monitors, not quite like the one previously described, which was merely a one-man obligation simply for the principle of the thing. As the door so boldly claimed regarding site redacted security, SCP-2148 had gotten curious again recently. This was a security station for a Foundation site, full of attentive individuals with live feeds covering nearly every hallway and the ability to stream feeds from various containment cells, if forwarded from the cell's own containment teams. One attentive individual sat up in her chair, more so than her already perfect posture had allowed. She began squinting at one of the monitors, showing a feed of a camera deep within the facility, well away from any of the entrances. Within the frame was a trio of men. One was dressed in a black and red jacket, one in a coat of metal, and one in a green hoodie. The first was carrying the second and dragging the third, the former of which was groaning and screeching like rusted clockwork, and the latter was attempting to crawl away, despite appearing to be unconscious. She wondered how they arrived in the site despite it being locked down when no one else had made any sort of comment. The worker flagged down her superior as quick as she could and explained what she had seen. But when she pointed to the group of monitors of the area the men had just been spotted in, they were nowhere to be seen. Now one of her co-workers, who had been monitoring an entirely different wing, was reporting about them. By the time attention arrived on the monitor in question, the men were nowhere to be seen, and further examination showed they had disappeared from surveillance entirely. 054 snubbed out his cheap cigar in one hand and thumbed down one of the buttons on his monitor with the other. A round woman with sharp eyes snapped into view. After a smoky exhale, the 05 sat up and meshed his fingers together, if only for himself. His outgoing calls only showed a generic silhouette. Daisakan, I hope all is well, the site director fidgeted. To her credit, it was only slightly. Not as such, sir. Red has somehow breached the site with both Lost and Scary. More than that, he broadcast a video message from somewhere in the facility, and he's made demands. The weight of silence from her superior stayed Daisakan. After several seconds, 054 took a slow breath and said, Somewhere in the facility? Well, sir, I don't recognize the area. It appears to be a medical bay, but it definitely isn't any I'm aware of. With him was a little girl with a swollen stomach. He called her Catherine, but we don't have any subjects on file with that name. The name pressed down on the overseer's chest. He took slow, deep breaths in an effort to calm himself, but every inhale became more and more difficult. On autopilot, his hands opened his cigar case. The lighter sparked on the first flick, and he took a deep drag. On exhale, he realized what he was doing, but he decided he may as well enjoy it while he could. How in the world could Red have known about 231? 054, are you still there? He shifted out of his daze, if only lightly. Daisakan, right. Yes. What were his demands? For you to personally come in to see him, or he would kill the girl. The next pull turned half the cigar to ash. And nothing else, just you have to see him in person. 054 watched his hand shake, smoke from the cigar zigzagging. What did you tell him? That I would notify you. You didn't say anything about that being against protocol, it being unlikely of happening, anything like that? Seemed unwise to do so, given the context. He finished the cigar. If we're both alive tomorrow, remind me to give you a pay raise. Sir? He terminated the connection. One door creaked open, only to reveal another. 054 stepped through and stared down at the man leaning against the wall, an ivy sticking into his arm. Mr. Scary looked at him and smiled. The contraction chipped away some rust, and blood flowed from the edges of his mouth. Neither said anything as the overseer stepped past the little mister, glanced at the bag of morphine, and went through the second door. This one rusted open. He considered breaking into a run down the hallway and settled on a stiff jog. Some of the tiles cracked under his feet, and when he arrived at the double doors, they were open, the joints rusting them in place. I-17OSKER was all that was visible on the plaque beside the doors. Rust began to cling to some of the machinery, but the video feed of SCP-231-7's room was still functioning. Overseer 4 steeled himself before looking. A little girl lay in a hospital bed, her pregnant belly covered by her surgical gown. She seemed quite calm given the circumstances, but given her general situation, there likely wasn't much that would upset her. Next to her was a man in a red vest, his jacket draped over the back of his seat. In one hand he held the ankle of a rusting man who was attempting to crawl away, and in the other he held a children's book. The only sounds in the room were Lost groaning as his body rusted as he scrabbled against the decaying tiles, and Red reading in a warm voice. 054 found the intercom and pressed the button. Catherine winced at the squealing as the system turned on, and Red cocked his head at the noise. "All right, Mr. Red, I'm here." Red released Lost and slowly turned in his seat to reach into his jacket pocket, removing a piece of paper. He marked his place in the story and shut it, setting the book on the bed. As Red looked into the camera, 054 saw flakes of brown and black on Red's skin, red lightning sparking against it, and revealing smooth skin. Red smiled. "Please, no need for the Mr. Formality. We're all friends here. I'm Red, open parentheses, discontinued, closed parentheses. My friends just call me Red. How are you? 4." Geniality was not what 054 was expecting. A few moments passed, filled only with the sound of Lost banging on the door, before Red tilted his head and waved at the camera. 054 cleared his throat and said, "I've been better, Red. You've been causing a lot of problems lately. Now, what is it you want?" Red shrugged theatrically, splaying his palms. "Sorry about that, though I do believe I was clear with my video earlier. I'd like to see you, face to face, no cameras, no PA systems, no tricks, no body doubles." Was that a knife in Red's hand? No. Nothing. A trick of the light. A video oddity. "Before that, I have one question. How did you get here?" "Walked." "This site has been on lockdown and you were able to avoid surveillance for most of your trek despite us having a satellite meant to track Mr. Lost, and you somehow not only knew of this wing, but how to access it." "Like I said, I walked. As for why I knew, call it insider information. Now please, do get in here." Again, a glimpse of black in his palm, a jagged shadow that played hell with the lighting of the room. With great trepidation, 054 unlocked the blast door and dodged Lost as he darted past. After watching the little mister run down the hall, the overseer stepped into the room. It smelled of disinfectant and lilac, thanks to the small aromatizer next to the bed. He felt as his heart hammer away at his throat as he looked too Red, and clenched slightly when the little girl gave him a little wave. Red gestured to the armchair on the opposite side of the bed. Once they were both seated, Red cupped his hands together and sighed. "So, this is," Red said, "this is it. Red said. The finale. The brief period after a long sentence that drips with the taste of freedom. How long have you been doing this job? The overseer was silent. Red smiled, for would have sworn the overhead lights took on a slightly bloody hues. I, Red finally said, have been a Little Mister for, what is it? Almost 20 years. Something like that. It's been difficult. Let me tell you. Red looked down at the dagger in his hand, which was now all too real, with something akin to reverence. He lifted it up and dragged the shadow across his own throat, cutting so deep his exposed trachea whistled softly. Red ran down his shirt, but it clung at odd places, depicting runes that sat at the edge of the overseer's memory, lightning late and stout and into the damage, the blood draining as red sparks healed the wound. The Little Mister took another deep breath. And there's no getting away from it. It won't let me go as long as this stupid dirt ball keeps spinning. I'm going to be here, unchanging, undying, unable to feel much beyond blinding rage. He smiled again. But what if I stopped the spinning? What if I could stop it all? What if I could stop hurting? I'd have to try, right? If that's your intention, why bring me here? Why drag the other two around? I guess I needed some kind of closure, Red said, his eyes distant. I walked. I don't know how long I did. I know that much. I somehow ended up at the Wonderworks, the place that had eluded me for so bloody long, and it was running. No old man, but the place was bustling all the same. It was the God's damned child, the oh so lovely Isabel. But what could I do to her? She wasn't the same sort as me, in a way. She asked me why you pricks hadn't collected me yet. I didn't really have an answer, but I figured, why not? Not like I had anything else to do. Suicide wasn't the option, as you can plainly fucking see. But as I got closer, I got this feeling, this itching, burning sensation digging into my soul. If I even had one anymore. There was a thing locked deep in the hole my brothers were buried. It spoke to me in ways I was never able to convey to you. Just, fuck, it felt good. And I knew. I always thought I was just subject to anger issues. All along, I was subject to the king. Did you know gods can't die? They just fade, waiting for their time to come again. But they leave corpses, something to jam a spigot into and tap into whatever power might be left lying around. The old man must have gotten desperate. Brass wasn't enough, even as big as the corpse he got pulled from is. A broken universe still yields a broken power, and a sliver of a fragment isn't worth much of anything. So he tried something a bit more intact, and... what was I talking about? Wait, no. I used to say that I have these lucid moments. It's like, do you wear glasses? You look the type. That brief time when you put them on, when your eyes see both through and around the lens, and everything just seems to warp around you as the glass rushes forward, the world shifts as the filter expands, you wear them long enough and you stop seeing the frames in your vision. You don't feel the arms on your ears anymore. I can't tell if my humanity is the prescription or the astigmatism anymore. And I don't care. I'm so sick of it all. My eyes are strained to the point of bleeding, and I can't close them. But at least that means I get to watch the end. Red eventually stirred from his trance. Here, I wanted you to have this. He removed the bookmark from its spot and unfolded it before handing it over. 054 stared at the list. One line in particular drew his eye. 14. Mr. Red, discontinued. The man stood there for a moment, his eyes unfocused. Somewhere in his mind, the 20th slot was filled. He leaned to the right, his hand out as if ready for a cane to take the weight. After a moment, he caught his balance and examined his right hand, then the left, flexing and clenching them. He straightened back up and examined the room. The former body of 054 took a breath. Mr. Collector let it out. Collector reached into his pocket and pulled out a crisp piece of paper, uncrumpled despite its confines. He let out a small chuckle, the paper between his thumb and middle finger. He snapped and a bubble formed around the parchment. It floated just above his palm, bounced when he tapped it, and he gave the top of the bubble a light pat and it collapsed into itself, a way for him to take out later. "How are you feeling?" Red asked from his seat. "Better than I have in years," the collector responded. When he spoke, Red sat up and squinted. "And yourself?" Red flew forward, knife in hand. Collector slapped it away into a bubble, which soared just out of Red's flailing grasp. Red drew another from his sleeve and threw it, only for it to be caught in another bubble. Red in the face, Red swung a fist while simply producing a dagger into his palm. Collector caught the punch and a silky bubble wrapped itself around Red's hand. He pulled and yanked and was only able to free himself when he released the grip on his third shadow knife. "How?" the Red demanded. "You should be dead. The girl said you were dead." "I likely am. The me you are speaking to is merely a copy, made prior to Mr. Forgetful erasing me from my old body. Whatever was left in the body of Isaiah Crawford after that was Dr. Wondertainment, though with a bit too much factory mixed in for my taste. I suppose I remember all that because Forgetful couldn't get to me, as I was merely in potentia. You remember Mr. Matt? He was a fucking... We were all just tests? A fucking training ground?" "Not all of you, no, Mr. Collector." Dr. Wondertainment smiled. It lacked its old rainbow glow, but it shined all the same. "Forgetful in stripes to cover my tracks, the latter brother to get you all here." The smile faded. "Scary. Truth be told, this whole collector concept was done fairly late into the project's development. I mostly wanted to see how things turned out." "How is Isabella doing?" Red glowered. "So then, why was I made?" The old man narrowed the eyes that weren't really his. You were a gamble, I suppose. Of course I made a grave error. As they say, always bet on black." Red grabbed Collector by the collar. "Do you think this is a fucking joke? That I am somehow funny?" "Not as such. My apologies. I was trying to lighten the mood." "What would you like me to say? That you were a defect? That I condensed a power that was much more destructive than I could have imagined and pumped it into some young man's veins? I tried to change you, but you wouldn't take much. So, Red you became." Red released his grip and his face expressionless. "So I'm a mistake." Collector straightened his tie. I would more say an unfortunate surprise, but who doesn't like surprises?" "Ah!" Red reeled back, smiling. It took another few seconds for his face to move again. "I'll show you a surprise." "And what's that?" The grin in Red's mouth was almost as sharp as the knives in the collector's bubbles. "That would be telling, dear father. Can't spoil the surprise." Red sidled next to the child's bed and smiled down at her. Catherine smiled back up at him, her gaze occasionally edging towards the other Mr. Red sat down, the impact bouncing the book up and off of the bed. A chuckle left him as he bent over to get it. Red set the book down in the center of the bed. He traced out a curved knife on the cover, a spark of red following his fingertip outlining the weapon. Once completed, the red flickered and was filled with black. Red slipped the knife off of the book as one would a playing card and held it for the collector to see. When Red turned it so the blade faced the collector, it appeared to be merely a wispy black line flickering in the light. "Are you ready?" Red asked Catherine in a soft voice. The child took a few breaths. "Are you sure you can? I don't want him getting hurt." Red twirled the knife in one hand and brushed back her hair with the other. "These people may have locked him away, but I just so happen to have the key." With trembling fingers, she lifted up her gown to expose her belly. Brands marked the swollen skin, dull and dark. They crackled like coal when Red touched them. Catherine laid flat and squeezed her eyes shut. The twisted scalpel slipped into her, the blade so fine she didn't wince. But as Red ran the knife across her, she began to scream. The runes on her skin sizzled as Red cut through them, vapor rising into the air. Within the girl, red and purple pulsed and writhed. Her womb mangled and distended. It squished and squelched as her yelling became racking sobs. All the while, Collector stood impassively at the foot of the bed. He had seen as bad, caused worse, but a twinge of guilt struck him as he thought of Sweetie. Hopefully she would at least speak to him when he found her. Collector stirred from his thoughts while Red cleared his throat, knife hanging over the mess. "Don't lose focus, old man. You're about to witness the birth of a new era. Or at least the death of this one." The knife dropped. Rather than cut or tear into the tissue, the dagger simply sank into it, black into a molten red, but it was swallowed, a pinprick of bright red showing itself. There was a moment of stillness, even within the girl, as the shadows cast across her intestines swirled to red. The room was suddenly all too full. The smell of iron was nearly palpable, as loud ripping sound was the only thing accompanying Catherine's now resumed screams. Hardened flesh that matched the color of a dying sun dripped with blood and placenta. It pressed everywhere within the room, on the walls, under the bed, even within the inhabitants. The ceiling began to crack, and then the tearing sound intensified enough to drown out the sobs. The ceiling exploded. Earth and concrete above it was obliterated as the thing rose. Level after level was leveled by the growing expanse. It grew as it rose, each rising floor destroyed in greater capacity. Eventually, Site Redacted was exposed to the open air, where dark clouds were beat about by a pair of reverse wings. 11 mouths creaked open to take their first breath. Foundation personnel stared up in slack-jaw awe. At a distance, civilians who could spot at least the crown of horns began to panic. Down in the medical room, the trio remained, a thin umbilical cord connecting Catherine to her son. Red cackled and pointed the monstrosity out to the spent child. Collector tapped the side of his head, and a bubble formed around it. The seventh son spoke. Clouds broke, and the sky cracked under the weight of his words. The air itself tasted of blood. All those within the range of his mighty voice felt crimson run out of their ears. With the exception of a single man standing in the center of it all, his bubble vibrated rainbows against the onslaught, but held. "Do you see?" Red yelled, none hearing him over the din. He touched the blood coming out of his ear and showed Collector. "It's over! I can finally be over!" Once the bubble stopped shaking, Collector popped it. The world was silent, waiting for the sun's next words. He took the umbilical cord and proffered it to Red. A crack of a smile broke Red's face. From nowhere he produced another dagger, and with no amount of ceremony, separated mother and child. Knowing this, the seventh son drew another breath. When he spoke again, his words fell on deaf ears. The air around him shimmered slightly, reflecting a rainbow in places. Collector lowered his hand from where he had touched the Scarlet King's spawn. Something stuck to his hand, which he wiped off on the bed sheet. He cleared his throat and adjusted his tie again. After a moment, he turned to Red, a small smile on his lips. "I am so sorry. I'm afraid I couldn't hear you over all that noise. What were you saying?" Red said nothing. He did nothing for a short time. Then his eye twitched. He looked at the shimmer of the bubble around the seventh sun, at the stain on the bed sheet. Bony palms dug into his eyes as he tried to rub whatever nonsense was clouding his vision. When he looked again, the scene was the same. "No!" Red finally said, a full sword in his hand. He slashed at the bubble, the blade digging into the film. Then it flew out of his hand as the bubble pushed back. "No!" Collector watched Red attack the bubble over and over and again, with a variety of shadow weapons. After a dozen or so weapons were embedded in the wall behind him, Red slashed at his own hands and thrust the scarlet lightning into the bubble. It did nothing but catch the light. "No!" Red repeated, turning on the Collector. "No!" "Sorry, is this distracting you?" the Collector said. He raised a palm and snatched away the seventh sun, now the size of a newt, contained within the ball in the Little Mister's hand. "I'll put it away." Red watched his savior vanish with a whimsical pop. Mouth agape, he turned to his queen. She couldn't look back. Her eyes glazed over. Her breaths came in short, ragged bursts. Red ground his teeth together and turned back to Collector. With a mouth full of blood and darkness, Red yelled, "No!" He stumbled forward, knife in hand, without the usual motion. It buried itself in Collector's chest. "No!" Red screamed, spraying blood in the Collector's face. He pulled the knife out of his father, and continued stabbing him. "No! No! No!" Blood flew from the knife with each stab. Droplets froze in midair, catching other sprays and sloshing together into hovering bubbles of blood. Color drained from Collector's face as Red gained more and more. "No!" Red whispered, losing breath. His arm fell, opening a large gash across Collector's stomach. The knife fell and disintegrated, merging with the shadow cast by the last blood orb. A tear droplet met it. "No." Collector, Isaiah, hugged his brother's son. Red sobbed against the offered shoulder. When the cries weakened in strength, Collector led Red back to his seat. Red fell into it and wrapped himself in his jacket. With a flick of the wrist, Collector brought the crimson orbs into himself. By the time he finished collecting what shadow weapons remained, he regained his color, though he moved slowly. He went about popping the ornaments away, save for one. He took it out of its bubble and sat on the arm of the chair, between Red and Catherine. I can't say this is how I envisioned the family reunion, Collector mused, but I think I can afford you at least one gift. Red almost laughed. What could you possibly give me? Less give, Collector tapped Red's forehead. More take. Red blinked. He stared at the swirling hate bubble in front of him. He winced when it vanished with a light tap from Collector. Emptiness filled him. Wonderful, calming emptiness. Tranquil, simple serenity. Red felt where Collector had prodded him. It's gone? Simply somewhere else. Red nearly sprang from his chair. The girl, you could take whatever they did to her out? Make her right? I don't believe they made her wrong, Collector said, turning his gaze to Catherine. If the Scarlet King could enter this world without humanity's help, he would have done it already. She chose this life for him. There is nothing for me to take from her, except... The black dagger seemed to try to catch the light in his hand. At least let me do it. I didn't wash your hands of blood just for you to dirty them again, Red, Collector said. What's a few more drops on mine? He was silent for a moment, and then Red said, I don't think I really want that name anymore. Oh? He closed his eyes. The rolling red sea of his mind was now a calm blue. I'm thinking blue. Blue? With two E's. Collector wheezed a laugh. So be it. Excuse me one moment. Blue? It was over quick. Blue found it hard to look at her, so he covered her up. So, what now? Now, you enter one of the Foundation's little boxes, like your siblings. What? That's it? Blue stood. No, that isn't fair. It can't just end like... Collector held up a hand and Blue went silent. Collector reached into his pocket slowly, like the old man he looked to be. You may be free of the Scarlet King's branding, but not of Wondertainment's. I'm in the body of a Foundation overseer now. We have to act our parts. Collector finally retrieved the paper he had pulled from his pocket earlier. He offered it to Blue, who took it gingerly. Wow, you found them all and became Mr. Collector. But the fun isn't over yet, because now a whole new set of misters will soon be in development. Brought to you by our own Miss Heir. 0. Mr. Collector. 1. Mr. Chameleon. 2. Mr. Headless. 3. Mr. Laugh. 4. Mr. Forgetful. 5. Mr. Shapey. 6. Mr. Soap. 7. Mr. Hungry. 8. Mr. Brass. 9. Mr. Hot. 10. Ms. Sweetie. 11. Mr. Life and Mr. Death. 12. Mr. Fish. 13. Mr. Moon. 14. Mr. Red. Discontinued. 15. Mr. Money. 16. Mr. Lost. 17. Mr. Lie. 18. Mr. Mad. 19. Mr. Scary. 20. Mr. Stripes. Blue made a double take. But the fun isn't over yet, because now a whole new set of misters will soon be in development, brought to you by our own Miss Heir. Blue looked up. Collector's smile had more strength than the rest of his body combined. Because we're not done yet.